Hymns from Home, a program of the world's most favored music and featuring soloists Marjorie Myers and Bruce Foote and readings by Franklyn MacCormack.
Hello, friends. We're very happy to be with you again today to bring you a program of inspiring hymns. I think our selections for today are really outstanding, so relax for the next quarter hour and enjoy our music. Now, first on the list is that universal favorite, Ivory Palaces, sung for you by Marjorie Meyer and our choir. Very nice, Marjorie. That's always been one of my favorites. Sound the Battle Cry, the choir's next number, is a stirring hymn which invites us to join the forces of Christianity in their crusade for justice and truth. Now, if you know this old hymn, sing it right along with us, won't you?
My spirit ne'er shall quail, my captain cannot fail, for victory, victory is the thrilling cry. The Savior leads the way, we'll win in every fray, for victory, victory is coming by and by. Sound the battle cry, lift your voices high, follow Christ to flood or flame. We'll march without a fear, for he is ever near, with victory, victory in his name. Sweet music fills the air, the trumpets loudly blare, for victory, victory is the cry we hear. It bids our courage rise and makes us fear despise, for victory, victory triumphant now is near. Sound the battle cry, lift your voices high, and follow Christ to flood or flame. We'll march without a fear, for he is ever near, with victory, victory in his name.
Thoughts of the hereafter have inspired writers over the years, right down to the present time. And just recently, I received from Win Bunning a poem which she calls In God's Kingdom. It's a very happy picture of what heaven may be like. And I'm sure that all of our listeners will get something worthwhile from hearing it. Listen. There are no wars in heaven, and hatred is not there. God's children are united within its portals fair. There are no tears in heaven. God wipes them all away. He gently heals all heartaches, and only love holds sway. There is no pain in heaven, No poverty, no sadness. No one is disappointed. 'Tis a universe of gladness. A land of sweet reunion with those gone on before to lead the way to a better world through heaven's open door. There'll be fun and lots of laughter, for young folk will be there, happy as when they went away, with gay and jubilant air. There is no grief in heaven, because there is no sin. And those who love and trust God here someday may enter in.
There's no disappointment in heaven, no weariness, sorrow, or pain, no hearts that are bleeding and broken, no song with a minor refrain. The clouds of our earthly horizon will never appear in the sky, for all will be sunshine and gladness, with never a sob nor a sigh. I'm bound for that beautiful city my Lord has prepared for his own, where all the redeemed of all ages sing glory around the white throne. Sometimes I grow homesick for heaven and the glories I there shall behold. What a joy that will be when my Savior I see in that beautiful city of gold. In that beautiful city of gold.
The music of Finlandia is stirring and inspiring in its own right. And when combined with the words of Be Still My Soul, we have a hymn of unusual proportions. I'm sure you'll want to sing it along with the choir.
Be still, my soul, the Lord is on thy side. There patiently the cross of grief or pain. Lead to thy God to order and provide. In meet again.
Remember that it is only when one is thoroughly true that there can be purity and freedom. Falsehood always punishes itself.
Will the sheep securely fold you? God be with you till we meet again.
You have heard Hymns from Home, featuring our soloists, Marjorie Meyer and Bruce Foote, and the Hymns from Home Choir. The readings were by Franklyn MacCormack. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America will now deliver the 15th in his series of 17 addresses on the general subject, peace. His discourse today is entitled, Prayer in Wartime. I present Monsignor Sheen.
Friends, in this, as in all previous broadcasts, we plead with the Jews and Protestants of the United States to spend an unbroken daily holy hour in prayer and meditation, according to the light of their consciences, for victory and for peace with justice. And we ask our fellow Catholics, in the fullness of their faith in the real presence of our Lord in the Blessed Sacrament, to make a daily holy hour including Mass and Communion. To aid in this national prayer, we renew our offer to send a Holy Hour booklet free to anyone who asks for it. The basic reason for this appeal is that our enemies have the devil on their side. And unless we get on God's side, we will never defeat them. Man is no match for the devil. Unless we pray and are converted to the God of justice and the salvation of Jesus Christ, we must envisage the possibility of defeat. Hence the importance of prayer. In order to understand the meaning of prayer, it may help to make three observations concerning its nature, two of which are negative. Firstly, the essence of prayer is not petition. The important word here is essence, because petition is a legitimate form of prayer. We live in a conditional universe, and many favors are granted on condition that we pray for them. Our Lord himself said, "Ask, and you shall receive." There are many favors hanging from the vault of heaven's blue on silken cords, and prayer is the sword that cuts them. What we are here emphasizing is that we must not pray on the constant assumption that the purpose of prayer is to get something. For if we identify getting with goodness, then when we do not get, we may begin to doubt the goodness of God. We must not identify the goodness of God with his readiness to do whatever we ask. St. James tells us You ask and do not receive, because you ask amiss, that you may spend it upon your passions. Many a man in the United States is living with only one eye or one finger simply because his parents gave him exactly what he wanted on the 4th of July. I am sure that God has never answered and will never answer a bald-headed man's prayer for hair. And a woman could pray from now until the crack of doom, but God will never take the wart off the end of her nose. Think these reflections through and you'll understand why not all prayers are answered. God is omnipotent, yes. He can do all things except one thing. He cannot please everybody. And what a terrible world this would be if God answered the selfish prayers of everyone. We who think we could rule the universe better than God. And furthermore, when we pray, we forget that in prayer God supplies our needs, but not always our wants. Our Lord multiplied the loaves and the fishes and gave to every man all that he needed. Suppose, however, that our Lord, instead of multiplying bread, multiplied gold bricks. How many do you think would have been satisfied with one gold brick? Gold is a want. Bread is a need. God satisfies our needs, not our wants. And our divine Lord said on one occasion, "Your Father knows what you need before you ask Him." The problem is then, do I want what He knows I need? Suppose our dear Lord did come to us as we prayed for something and said, "I will give you anything you want. Choose it." Would we not rather abandon our will and, counting on His infinite goodness, ask Him to do the choosing? At Christmas, when someone asks what we want, do we not say, "You choose," knowing full well that His generosity will be greater than our daring? Why not begin prayer that way, trusting in God because He knows what is best? Secondly, prayer is not an insurance policy, or a bomb-proof shelter, a bulletproof vest, or a germicide. This observation for those who think that God should suspend the operation of His natural laws every time they get in trouble. Did He on Calvary suspend the law that a nail hit on the head by a hammer would pierce a hand or a foot? The very ones who in time of peace think the business of God is to ensure prosperity are the very ones who in time of adversity think the business of God is to grant immunity from harm. Some prayers are nothing else but selfish expressions of the self-preservation instinct. Did not our Lord say that the sun shines on the just and the wicked? Therefore, may we not expect bombs to fall on the wicked and the just. If this world were all, if man had no immortal soul, if the scales of justice were not balanced beyond the grave, if the loss of physical life were a greater evil than sin, then the goodness of God could be identified with good health, fat bank deposits, and our freedom from wounds. But since this world is the proving ground of character, it must never be assumed that catastrophe is a special sign of sin. Our divine Lord never spoke of perishing in the physical sense, but in the spiritual. When the Pharisees asked, "Rabbi, who has sinned, this man or his parents, that he should be born blind?" And our Lord answered, "Neither this man sinned, nor his parents, but the works of God were to be made manifest in him." The best lives, therefore, are not always saved in battle. Otherwise, the heroes who die in battle and whose names we inscribe on our war memorials would all be wicked men. A St. Francis Assisi in a front-line trench would have no guarantee that God would deflect a bullet to protect his life. But this much we could be sure of. No matter what would happen, nothing could ever turn St. Francis away from God. For as St. Paul says, now we know that for those who love God, all things work together unto good, for those who, according to his purpose, are saints through his call. Please do not misunderstand me. It is right and it is just that we should pray for the safety of our loved ones. But we must not think of prayer always in terms of the suspension of a natural law or as a kind of safety device. A chaplain in the last World War said that he heard some men praying as they went over the top, when he wished that they had gone over the top without a prayer. For their prayer was a mark of a broken will, a selfish desire, and a fear of death, a whimpering of formulas for personal protection in time of crisis. The man alongside of him, who still unbroken and unbeaten, bore his gun like the Savior bore a sore scourge against the thieves, would put that whimpering man to shame. A prayer for personal safety in time of great crisis, when moral issues are at stake, is not what a man ought to be thinking about. It entails putting a greater value on physical life than on duty and on justice. The martyrs of old, who were stretched on racks, tortured and burned, were all men of prayer. They prayed for deliverance like their Savior in the garden, but they would not take it at the cost of faith, or the denial of the Christ whom they bore in their souls. That was too high a price to pay for saving their skins. So they lost their skins and saved their souls. The answer to prayer, then, is not the escape from death, but the power to face it with trust in God. And this brings us to our third point. What prayer really is. Namely, the lifting up of our hearts and our minds to God. More simply still, prayer is communion with God. It is something like you're listening to me on this radio. You wanted to get in touch with me today. You who are listening. We will not go into the question why you did, for it has nothing to do with the analogy. But I can think of one good reason why you all ought to listen to me. Lent, the season of penance. Now, a prayer is like tuning in on the radio. It is a means of giving God access to your souls. In order to tune in a radio program, you must set your dial to the proper wavelength. In like manner, in order to tune in to God, you must make your will correspond to His divine will. Once this is done, just as you listen to the radio program to which you are attuned, so now you become obedient to the divine will to which your soul is attuned. Once the wavelength of our will is adjusted to the wavelength of God's will, we get what we want. Then all prayers are answered. The program is just exactly what we wanted. Prayer, then, is not asking God to do our will. It is asking God to do His will. The purpose of prayer is not to change God's will. It is rather to change our will. We do not go to God with the blueprint of our desires and then ask God to rubber stamp them. Rather, we ask God to give us His blueprint. And then we mobilize all our energies with His grace to fulfill it. Instead of Him approving our plans, we approve His. In wartime, the proper approach is to ask God to use our collective wills and our national arms for His holy purposes, rather than to ask God to serve our purposes. We do not ask God to fight on our side. We pray to fight on God's side. We pray not as Americans who happen to be Christians. We pray as Christians who happen to be Americans. We ask God to do something for us in order that through us we might work for the betterment of the world and the restoration of the moral order. The essence of prayer, therefore, is the longing at all costs to be caught up in God's purposes. I know of a little child who at Christmas time prayed for 1,000 dolls, but she did not receive them. And her unbelieving father, who was constantly ridiculing prayer, one day cynically said to her, "Well, God didn't answer your prayers, did He?" And to which the child gave the glorious answer, "Oh, yes, He did. He said no." That was the child's way of putting what our Savior expressed in the garden centuries ago. He prayed that the chalice of suffering might pass, if it be possible, He said. It was possible. His Father could have done it. 12 legions of angels, He said, could have routed His foes. But it would have been at the cost of not redeeming man. The divine purpose mattered more than his personal safety. God said no. His prayer was answered. Not my will, but thine be done. And is not that the way we pray every time we say the Our Father? Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Do we mean it? There's the answer to those who ask such a question as this. The Germans pray to God, the English pray to God, the Italians pray to God, the Americans pray to God. On whose side is God? Those who ask that question have not the vaguest idea of the meaning of prayer. They assume that God takes sides on the basis of geography, rather than on the basis of goodness. But the answer to the question is that God is on the side of those who do His will. That is why we began a crusade among Jews, Protestants, and our fellow Catholics to pray an hour a day that God's will be done amongst us. For if we are with God, no man can be against us. Hence, if the German, the Englishman, the Italian, and the American all prayed as they should, they would all be praying for identically the same intention. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. There would be perfect unity on both sides of the battlefront. Then we would have peace. Peace on earth to men of goodwill. Prayer, then, does not so much help our conduct as our conduct tests our prayers. If we think right, we will live right. The greatest stupidity, I think, that was ever uttered was this. It makes no difference what you believe, but only how you act. Nonsense. We act on our beliefs, and if our beliefs are wrong, we'll act wrongly. comes before conduct. Live with the God of love in prayer, and you'll act lovingly toward your neighbors. Think with the Christ on his cross, and you'll be charitable to your neighbors. Your actions tell whether you ever pray or not. Not your ears. Prayer is not getting something. It is becoming something. When we become good and glorify his name, then we get not only what we need, but what we ask. And we have his word for it. Amen, amen, I say to you. If you ask the Father anything in my name, he will give it to you. Pray then that we may be victorious by being on God's side. Begin your prayer with a monologue with God, and it will end with a dialogue between you and the God who redeems you. Not only speak to God, also listen. Do not do all the talking. It is not polite. And let us pray for one reason in this holy hour: to bring ourselves in communion with a purpose, God's purpose, God's will. That is what most of us lack in our lives: a goal, a destiny, a loyalty beyond all fleeting enthusiasms. If we are unhappy, there's one basic reason for it. It is because our purpose is at odds with God's purpose, which is best for us. We are crisscrossed because we deny the value of the cross. You carry a watch, but you do not make your own time. You take it from the sky. You make your own journeys, but you do not draw your own maps. You take them from the world. You live your own life, but you do not make your own perfection. You take it from God. Therefore, pray. Pray an hour a day. God love you. O Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy heareth the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us after the troubles of this life into the haven of peace, and reunite us all together forever, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom.
The address you have just heard was entitled Prayer in Wartime and was delivered by Monsignor.
The greatest story ever told. Presented by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight we present And Her Name Was Mary, the first of 5 Christmas season dramas about the birth of that child who was to live the greatest life ever lived. Galilee, north of Jerusalem by some 50 miles. And in Galilee, Nazareth, a small town, little different from other towns in that country, which suffered under the Roman tyranny. And in Nazareth lived a carpenter, a good man, kindly, an honest craftsman. Yet more, for he was descended of kings. In his veins flowed the blood of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. A prince of the house of David he was. And though destined to play a great role in the dramatic events of Bethlehem, he was unmindful of it as he worked one day in his carpenter shop.
There, the traveling box is finished. Strong, workmanlike. I hope Samuel is pleased with it.
Why shouldn't Samuel be pleased with it?
Samuel, you surprised me while I was talking to myself. A habit one develops from living alone so long.
Is that the box? Good. Sturdy. Able to take the hard service, I'll put it to.
Samuel, you're planning a long journey.
I may never come back.
You mean I'll never see you again? And we've been friends so long.
We could go on being friends, and even fellow soldiers in a good fight. A hard fight.
You know how I feel about force, Samuel.
And I think you're wrong. Joseph, why don't you join the resistance with me? There's so much to do. So tough a fight ahead will need every man. Don't you see, Joseph, Herod must go if Israel's to have any peace.
It's not for me, Samuel. I don't believe in force.
Maybe because you don't know. Tucked away in your carpenter shop in Galilee all the time, you hear little of what's going on in the outside world. If you'd come to Judea with me, if you'd see what goes on there. No, Joseph, we're not alone in this. There are a great many of us. You couldn't find one of us by day who doesn't seem to be just an ordinary worker or servant. But at night, it's different. At night, we meet in secret in the hills of Judea. And there are many of us. We work by dark, in caves, underground. But we have strength.
And if you match strength with Herod, only bloodshed can result.
Maybe you talk that way because you don't know. Don't know what's really going on.
I think I've heard my share about Herod and his tyranny.
Herod, an Edomite, an outsider set by the Romans to rule over Israel. What have we come to, Joseph? Doesn't that in itself make you want to fight?
The thought is bitter. But bloodshed isn't the way, Samuel.
What if I could prove to you that it is?
I don't think you can.
When you hear this, you'll change your mind. This is secret, Joseph. Men have died to get this information for us.
You know you can trust me.
Of course. The resistance has its sources of information all over, even in Herod's palace. Nothing Herod does is secret from us. And the cruelty of the man knows no bounds. Let me tell you what happened. And when you hear it, even you must realize that peaceful ways are not the answer. This Herod is a monster. And it wasn't long ago that he was talking to Asa, his prime minister, about a matter very important to us all.
They complained, Asa, did they?
Yes, Majesty. Herod, this time we may be coming too close to rebellion.
Don't whisper it to me as though it were a secret.
Well, I'm sorry, Majesty. I only thought...
I do the thinking, Asa. The people groan about the taxes. We must do something. Isn't that right, Asa?
If you would, it would make my job easier.
Then we'll do it. We'll raise the taxes.
Raise them? But I told you...
Very simple, Asa. If people think the taxes are too high now, we'll show them they can be even higher. We'll break them. That's what we'll do. Break them.
Majesty, I must ask you to clear the court. I have something important to say. No one else must hear.
What?
Please, Majesty, not before the others, for your sake.
The way you cringe, Asa. All right. I'll clear the court. Clear the court! Everyone! Everyone leave! Now, Asa, we're alone. What's the secret? Word from Rome?
No, Herod.
Well, what is it?
Herod, you know there are those among the Israelites who fight us.
And that's your secret?
No, of course not, Majesty, but joining them are others who are not Jews. Some of your own people are with them.
And that's no secret either.
Well, Herod, don't become enraged. Hear me out. Say nothing, do nothing before you hear all I have to say.
Stop trembling and speak up.
One man has thrown his lot in with the Jews. He's an important man. A prince.
I'm king. The prince would have to be my own son.
You just said what I tried to tell you.
Hey, sir.
Please, Majesty.
Hey, sir, are you telling me that my own son Aristobulus has put his lot in with the rebels? That's a lie.
Would I suggest such a thing if I didn't have proof?
What proof?
We captured a rebel. We questioned him. How much of that can a man endure? He talked. He told us. Yes, and he's popular with the people. Maybe because they know.
You miserable, conniving wretch. You're lying to me.
Majesty, please, would I lie about such a thing and expect to live?
I presume you have proof?
More than enough.
Hey, sir. Send my son to me.
Father, you sent for me?
Yes, Aristobulus. I have news. Upsetting news.
Bad news has a way of coming to this palace.
And what does that mean, son?
The news you spoke of, what is it?
A band of rebels attacked one of my strongholds. We captured one of them. And under persuasion, he gave us certain information. Valuable information. If it didn't appear so ridiculous.
He talked.
He talked indeed. He said you were one of them.
Oh?
Is it true?
Yes, it's true.
Treason against your king is bad enough. Treason against your father.
Treason and tyranny have a way of going together, Father.
I'll take no reproaches from you. You talk like the fool that you are. And I've permitted you to have your own way long enough. You've got to realize your responsibilities. You're heir to my throne.
It may not be as much of a legacy as you think, Father.
What does that mean?
You're giving away something you don't have. Rome has lent you this kingdom, and Rome can take it away.
I'll take care of Rome.
And who'll take care of the people? For they can take your throne away, too.
I refuse to listen to such talk any longer.
A truth is a truth whether men listen to it or not.
Now you listen to me. Rome is powerful. Rome rules the world. No one dares stand against them. I'm trying to keep you from making some foolish mistake that might cost you your life.
And what good is my life if I can't risk it for a cause in which I believe?
You call that a cause? To protect the Jews against Rome? Are they your people? Why take risks for them?
Any people is my people. And its troubles are mine.
Aristobulus, I order you to discontinue your treacherous actions. Look, son, you can travel, visit foreign lands, even Rome itself. Do anything you please, but stay out of trouble.
The life of royal exile doesn't appeal to me. I must go on doing what I've been doing, even though it means your death or mine.
I command you to be quiet.
You may have quiet by crying out commands to your servants, but you can't command the people to be quiet. And when your conscience cries out, command that to be quiet, too.
Conscience? You are a boy, aren't you?
And you, Father, are a poor, miserable shadow of a man.
You shouldn't have said that. Now, get out! And think over what I said!
Your Majesty has spoken to your son?
Yes, they son.
Does he admit his guilt?
Admit it. He boasts of it.
A young, impetuous prince. He could cause trouble. A great deal of trouble.
I know.
And the way gossip travels these days in Israel, it might become known.
You mean that Herod is weak? He refuses to punish his own son.
It could be said.
It could be said. It will be said.
In Rome, too, perhaps?
You're very clever, Asa. You know my every thought.
And you know the Romans, Majesty. They'd be the first to say that Herod is a weakling. The strong warrior of old now can't even manage his own son. How can he manage Judea?
I know.
Well, I was only exploring the possibilities. We must look ahead.
I'm looking ahead, too, Asa. This is something I can't risk. Asa?
Of course, Majesty. There's no other way.
You think so, too?
It will remove the greatest obstacle you have. But it must be done subtly.
It will. I have an idea.
An idea?
We must give a party, Asa. His Majesty invites a few well-chosen friends to a party in honor of his son.
In honor of his son? I don't understand.
You said it would have to be done subtly. It will. Now, arrange the party. It must take place out in the garden, near the pool.
Yes, Majesty.
And all this, my son, is to show you that I don't harbor any grudges against you.
You mean...
I mean that your father is not the tyrant you think he is. He respects your opinion and the strength with which you voice it. Although back in his mind, the old warrior feels he's stronger than you are.
They say you're still one of the strongest of men.
They say I am. And if you don't believe that, let me show you. Stand up, son.
But why?
I'll show you how strong I am. Some hand wrestling.
Please, Father, at a party?
I feel I've been challenged. I can't refuse. My friends, a little sport to begin the evening. My son has challenged me to the hand wrestle, and I have accepted. Now then, clear a space. Come on, son, out here. Take your stand.
Father, please, you're too old.
Too old? That's exactly what I'm going to prove I'm not. Hold out your hand. Come now.
All right, Father.
Now we clasp hands and start.
The prince is strong. Look, the prince is budget. He recovered nicely, didn't he? Look there, the king is giving way.
You did it, son. You did it. I didn't know you were that strong.
You're all right, Father. I didn't hurt you.
Hurt me? Just because I'm perspiring a little? You don't know your own father.
But the exertion...
Nothing that a cold plunge into the pool won't remedy. And then each man shall retire to his room where servants are waiting to rub them down with fine oil and freshen them with rare perfume. Then the banquet itself.
Of course, Father. Exactly what I need.
Good. Into the pool, then. And everyone, come, join us. Asa?
Yes, Majesty.
The room is ready?
I've appointed the man myself. A big man with large, muscular hands.
My son's no weakling.
The man I picked will do the job. Once Aristobulus goes into that room, once he lies down on the couch, he's as good as dead.
Everything is ready, then. Come, Aristobulus. Time to be anointed and perfumed. Come.
Shall I lead him into the room?
Yes. And the strangler had better do his job well.
Joseph. That's the story of the tyrant Herod. The kind of man he is. Murderer of his own son. Doesn't that make you want to go to Judea and help us fight against the man?
It's unbelievable.
I could tell you more, too, but that should be enough. Well, Joseph, will you join with us? We could use a strong man like you, a man with skill.
His own son?
Yes, the son is dead. One of the servants who was there is a member of my own band. He swears to every word of it. Well, what do you say?
We must have faith, Samuel.
Is that all you have to say? Well, I'm through with bowing down to an alien king placed over Judea by the Romans.
Are you through with faith, too, Samuel?
Faith? Yes, I'm through with faith. Can faith shield you from the tyrant's sword? Tell that to the dead of Israel whom the Romans have killed. No, extravagant, cruel, despotic Herod lives on Israel's blood. And you want me to have faith.
Our people have come through other evils before. We'll outlive this one, too.
Don't be too sure. Just because Herod doesn't rule in Galilee yet doesn't mean he won't reach out for power here, too. After all, Judea, Galilee, they're both part of Israel. No, Joseph. We have a choice between two faiths. Revolution or destruction.
It would seem that the time must come soon.
The time to fight? It's here already.
I didn't mean that.
What other time can be so important?
The time for the third way. Neither destruction nor revolution. He was promised when the hour was darkest.
He? Whom do you mean?
The Messiah.
Messiah?
Yes. Samuel, you're forgetting God's place in all this. The same Jehovah who led our people through the desert with a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. If times are difficult, we must never forget that the same Jehovah has promised that the Messiah will come and deliver Israel.
For too long we've been promised the Messiah, and he's never come. We must fight now, Joseph. Don't you see? No other way can prevail against the planned and calculated tyranny of the Romans. Herod must be driven from Israel, and fighting is the only way to do it.
And fighting is bloodshed, killing. No.
Joseph, somehow freedom is such that human blood must always be part of it. And as long as blood must flow, let it be the tyrant's blood, Herod's blood. Join us, Joseph.
I know I'm just a plain man, a carpenter. I know little of these things. But my way is the way of peace and faith. I have faith that will happen. The Messiah will come.
When? How? Answer me that.
How? The prophet Isaiah tells us. He shall be born of a virgin, and shall not be the son of any man, but of God. When? I should have to be gifted with the divine knowledge of a prophet to know that. But I'm content to wait.
And some of us aren't. We know what the answer should be. But it's not the Messiah. Can he help throw off the yoke of the Romans or of Herod?
If you mean, is the Messiah to come to us as a general leading great armies? No, I don't think so.
Then what chance will he stand against Herod? Herod would think no more of destroying your Messiah than he did of killing his own son. Anything that stands between Herod and his throne must die. And that goes for Messiahs, too.
That's no way to talk, Samuel.
I'm sorry, Joseph. I know how dear the belief is to you.
To all Israel.
Not to all Israel. For some of us have decided on action. This prediction of the prophets that a Messiah will come. It could be a mere legend handed down, a tale born in time of stress and brought to light to keep up hope in other times of trouble. Joseph, I don't believe it.
Oh, Samuel. I didn't want to hear that. Not from you.
It's said, and I don't retract it. Think, Joseph. Maybe you will join us.
No, Samuel. And I give you my answer for two reasons.
Two?
One, that I know the way can't be through bloodshed and killing.
And the other?
Somehow, my future is here in Nazareth.
You love the place so much?
It's not the place. It's a strange sense connected in some way with a maiden.
A maiden? You, Joseph? After all these years, you're not so young anymore.
You may laugh when I tell you.
Why should I laugh? If it's important to you, Joseph, I'd like to hear it. Who has a better right? Who's a closer friend to you?
No one. Since we were boys together and played games in the hills of Galilee, you've been the only one I could talk to about the feelings that go on inside me. Now, there's this maiden. and I haven't been able to talk to anyone else about her.
Joseph, you've fallen in love.
I don't know if anything like this has ever happened before.
Every man feels the same when he falls in love for the first time.
You must understand. She's so very different. This maiden is unlike any I've ever seen before.
It's a man's privilege to suppose that when he falls in love.
It must be more than that.
But what makes you think there's no other like her?
I've never seen one.
And you've never been to Jerusalem either. There are thousands of women there, fair and dark, tall and short, with different kinds of beauty. Surely among them there must be one who can compare with this maiden you speak of?
No, Samuel, no. There is no other like her.
That's the talk of a lovesick boy, not a grown man like yourself.
Now you're laughing at me, Samuel.
Forgive me, Joseph, but it's impossible for me to believe that any one maiden could be so different from all others.
This one is. When she walks, it's like the walk of angels, so light and graceful. And when she smiles, the sun seems dark by comparison. And her eyes, there's deep understanding there and compassion. And a soul so great, all else seems small.
For you to feel that way, Joseph, that is unusual. But tell me, how does she feel about you?
I don't know.
You never talk to her about the way you feel?
I've never talked to her at all.
And yet you know all this about her?
Does that strike you strange?
That's impossible. How can you know anyone so well without having had a word pass between you?
You can see it. At least I can see it. It's all within her.
Surely, Joseph. Now you must be joking.
No, Samuel.
I've never heard of any such thing. Never expected you would talk that way.
Would you like to see for yourself?
Indeed, I would.
Well, you can. It's almost time now for her to take her daily walk down to the well to fetch water. Come. We'll stand in the doorway of my shop, and you can see her as I've seen her every day now.
I've seen many women, but none who ever lived could be as fair or good as you say this one is.
Come.
Joseph, I don't know.
Wait. Look, here she comes now.
From here, she looks like any other maiden in Nazareth.
Not to me.
I will say that she appears to be more graceful than any other.
Such grace as I've imagined queens must have.
Yes. And her face. Her face. Joseph, she is truly beautiful. Most beautiful.
Quiet. She passes now.
Joseph. Joseph, there is something about her. Feeling I can't describe. It's not her graceful walk, or her lovely face, or even her eyes, which have such depth and feeling. Joseph, I don't know what it is, but there's something about that maiden that I shall never forget.
And that's the way I feel. And the feeling has grown greater with every day.
Now I understand, Joseph. I'm sorry for what I said before. Joseph, tell me, don't you even know her name?
Her name? Her name is Mary.
This has been And Her Name Was Mary, another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived. This program was the first in a special series of 5 to be presented this week through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
St. Elizabeth.
Our story begins in Judea more than 19 centuries ago. One of the priests of the temple was Zachary. His wife Elizabeth was a simple, devout woman, childless and well along in years. We find them in their home on the outskirts of the city.
Elizabeth.
Yes, Zachary.
Have you finished packing my things?
Almost. There. Now they're ready. I've put in a change of warmer clothing, should it suddenly turn cold.
I'm only going up to the temple to serve my appointed course at the altar, Elizabeth. I'm not making a journey abroad.
Even so, I don't want you to be cold.
Always thinking of my welfare. Always worrying about me. It's a pity you've no children to look after.
Oh, Zachary.
I know. It is the tragedy of my life as it is of yours. But the Lord does all things for the best, and he has not seen fit to give us children. We must accept it as his will.
I do. I'm only wishing. But let's speak of pleasant things in the few moments you have left before you go to the temple. And by the way, if you should see my cousin Mary, please give her my love.
I shall probably see her.
I haven't seen her since her parents died. She must be quite a young lady.
Now she is a beautiful girl, as good as she is beautiful. Everyone around the temple reveres and loves her.
She is old enough for marriage now. I hope she may find as good a husband as I did.
I hope she may find a better one, Elizabeth. The last time we priests held a conference, someone suggested we should seek for a worthy youth among the faithful who would make her a good husband.
I don't know why you didn't tell me all this before. I've been worrying about Mary.
Well, my mind has been so filled with all I have heard about the coming Messiah that I had forgotten about Mary. I believe they are right to say the times are at hand, Elizabeth. Seems to me all the prophecies point to our own days as the period when he will be born.
Perhaps he has already been born. Perhaps some mother blessed above all others is even now holding him in her arms. It is only we who are childless who can have no hope.
There now, my dear, you are sad again. Turn your thoughts to the great hope of all our people. If it is realized in our lifetimes, then we may see him, even speak with him.
But he will be a great king, Zachary. I should fear a great king. No, I shall pray that I may meet him as a baby, a child like any other child. No one can fear a baby. One can only love them.
Zachary arrived at the temple and made his way to the priest's court. As was the custom, lots were cast to see what function each of the priests should perform. It fell to Zachary's lot to offer incense in the Lord's honor at morning and evening. As the other priests left for their appointed tasks, Zachary went back of the curtain that hid the altar of incense. Here he was alone. Awe filled his heart. He bowed before the altar. From beyond the curtain, the sound of prayer from the congregation in the outer courts came to his ears like the soothing murmur of a distant sea. He began to pray.
O Lord of hosts, one eternal, ever just, yet ever merciful God, receive the prayers of your people offered you by Sandalphon, the angel of prayer. Remember how long and patiently your people have waited for their deliverer. grant that the time be now at hand. Grant that the long-awaited Messiah be born. Who are you? You were not present when I dropped the curtain. And yet here you are, a figure standing at the right of the altar of incense. A figure all in white, radiant and beautiful. Who are you?
Your petition has been heard, Zachary.
My petition.
On your lips was a prayer for the coming of the Messiah. But in your heart was the thought of your wife, Elizabeth. The prayer spoken and that unspoken have both been heard. Your wife, Elizabeth, shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name John.
A son?
He shall be great before the Lord, and go before him in the spirit and power of Elias, to turn the hearts of fathers to their children, and the incredulous to the wisdom of the just, to prepare for the Lord a perfect people.
No. I have grieved too deeply that we are childless. You are an illusion, a figure of vision that will vanish. You mock me because I am old, and so is my wife. We have long since ceased praying for a child. But you do not vanish. Who are you?
I am Gabriel, a messenger of the Lord sent to tell you these things. But you do not believe me.
No.
Then until what I have told you comes to pass, you shall speak no more. See, you try to answer me and cannot. You shall not have a voice until all that I have promised you shall come to pass.
It was after sundown when Zachary came out of the sanctuary. Several of his friends, waiting for him in the temple court, became alarmed at his strange appearance and his inability to speak. They quickly took him home.
Zachary, what has happened?
Now, calm yourself, Elizabeth.
Oh, Zachary, my dear, are you in pain? Are you...
He cannot speak. He seems to know all we say to him, but he cannot or will not answer us.
Oh.
No, you had better have him lie down, Elizabeth.
Oh, Zachary.
At his age, such illnesses may be quite serious.
What is it, Zachary? What are you trying to tell me?
I recall Solomon the sandal maker had just such a seizure a few days before his death.
Yes, exactly the same. I remember it as if it were but yesterday.
You were kind to bring him home, very kind. Now, will you please leave us alone?
Very well, if you wish.
And now, what has happened, Zachary? Oh, it is true you cannot speak. But I see no sign of illness or terror in your eyes. Oh, why couldn't they tell me what happened? Only their wailing that you were ill and would die, nothing else. Let me see. You were in the temple, serving at the altar, and... Zachary, did you receive some revelation from the Most High? Oh, you nod your head. Oh, speak and tell me. The writing tablet. Why didn't I think of it before? Oh, here it is. I will hold it as you write. Gabriel, an angel who stands in the presence of the Lord, appeared before me and told me that you should have a son. I shall have a son. Oh, I shall no longer be a reproach in Israel. Oh, blessed be the name of the Lord, for he has heard and answered our prayer.
The solicitations and curiosity of her neighbors led Elizabeth to take a small cottage in the hill country, and there she awaited the birth of her child. One morning, after Zachary had left for the temple, a young woman appeared at the door of the cottage.
Elizabeth?
Yes?
Oh, dear Elizabeth. Don't you know me? I'm your cousin, Mary.
Mary? My little Mary. Little no longer, but a woman.
How are you, Elizabeth?
Yes, it is Mary. And yet that radiance above your head. The tide of blessed joy that swept all my being when you greeted me. A tide of joy so strong that even my unborn child seemed to feel it and to respond. Oh, blessed are you among women, Mary, and blessed is the child that shall be born of you.
I've come because I love you, Elizabeth, and I've come a little, perhaps, because I know that for you, too, the Lord has done great things.
You know, then, that I am to have a child.
An angel told me, Elizabeth. Even Gabriel, who came to me with a message I would not dare confide to other ears.
Then it is you who will be the mother of him whose coming the prophets foretold.
Yes, Elizabeth. Through me, he will fulfill the promise made to our father Abraham.
Oh, then I shall know the Messiah as a baby, even as I hoped.
When Elizabeth's child was born, and when he was named John in obedience to the angel's command. Then Mary returned to her own home in Nazareth. Several years have gone by. The boy John is talking to his mother.
Mother, do you remember when we walked so far we came to the desert?
Yes, of course, John.
We saw some men dressed in strange clothes. You said they were holy men that spent all their time praying to the Lord Most High.
Yes, dear.
Mother, I must go and live in the desert, too.
Oh, John, would you want to leave us all alone?
No, Mother. I don't want to, but I must. Somebody keeps saying to me, you must go into the desert, John, and pray and fast, and make yourself ready for the work you have to do.
But who is it who says this to you, John?
I don't see him. I don't even hear him with my ears. But he says it to me all the time. I must go and live with the holy men in the desert, Mother.
We will see, John. And now go back to your work in the garden. And as you go, stop in the next room and tell your father I wish to see him.
Yes, Mother. Mother wants to see you, Father.
Yes. I'm coming, Elizabeth.
Oh, Zachary. You heard what John said.
Yes, I heard.
Zachary, I waited so long for a child. Must I give him up so soon?
Remember the day he was named, the day I recovered my speech. That day I think I glimpsed a little of the plan of the Most High. Do you remember?
I shall never forget it. It was as if the Lord himself spoke words of majesty and beauty through your lips.
In that moment of inspiration, I said of John, And thou, child, shalt be called the prophet of the Most High. For thou shalt go before the face of the Lord to prepare his ways, to give his people knowledge of salvation through forgiveness of their sins.
I remember the words well, Zachary.
We have always known that John would not be as other men. They were the words the angel spoke to me that day in the temple. They were my words, yet not mine. For when I spoke them, it was the Lord's voice speaking through me, and then...
You need not tell me what I must do, Zachary. I have always known in my heart that our son was sent us for God's work, and the time must come when the Lord Most High would call him to accomplish it. It is only my mother's heart that protests against his leaving us. But he shall go to live among the holy men in the desert.
And John remained in the desert for some time. Meanwhile, his father Zachary died.
Mightier than I.
John often went among the people, preaching.
A mightier than I is coming after me, the strap of whose sandals I am not worthy to loose. I have baptized you with water, but he will baptize you with the Holy Spirit. Go to your homes now, and do not lose hope. For I promise you, he will surely come.
Who is that man? He is one of the holy men from the desert. For days he's been coming to the Jordan, preaching and baptizing. Beyond that, I know nothing of him. You might ask that elderly lady there. I saw her speaking with him this morning.
You mean that one over there on our right?
Yes.
Oh, your pardon, madam. Do you know the holy man?
Yes, his name is John.
Well, does he come from near here?
He was born in the hill country. He is my son.
Your son?
I am the widow of Zachary, who was a priest in the temple. And John is our only child. Oh, but excuse me, sir, he is coming now.
Yes, of course.
Oh, John.
Mother.
Oh, I did not know you could preach like this, John. The people around me were deeply moved by your words.
Oh, Mother, I wish I could touch every heart in Israel. Our salvation is at hand now. The hour of our deliverance has come. At any moment I shall see him and greet him, our promised Messiah. Oh, Mother, who is he? Once you told me you thought you knew.
I am certain I know, John. But were I to tell you his name, you would never be sure whether my words or inspiration from on high led you to hail him as the promised one. It is better I keep silent, my son.
You're right, Mother. I shall know him when the moment comes, for God has promised me so. Until then, I must prepare his way as best I can by preaching repentance and justice and mercy. When he comes, my mission will be over. Oh, Mother, it's so long since I saw you or had any word of you.
John,
what has happened since... Mother, who is that man?
Where?
That man walking down to the riverbank. He is the one I must proclaim. He is the Messiah. And I do not even know his name.
That is Mary's son, John. His name is Jesus.
And Jesus was baptized by John in the Jordan. And immediately on coming up from the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit as a dove descending and remaining upon him. And there came a voice from the heavens, "Thou art my beloved Son, in thee I am well pleased." When he had proclaimed the Messiah, the mission of Elizabeth's son was almost ended. There was but one more task before him, and that was to rebuke Herod, the corrupt petty ruler of the province. John did his duty as he saw it, and for it he was beheaded.
Dead. My son. My only son. To die so. His body mutilated. Oh, I do not murmur against you, great Lord of hosts. I only try to understand. Why? Elizabeth. Oh, Mary. Then you know. Yes, I know. I came as soon as I learned. The door was open and I heard you sobbing, so I came in. He was my son, Mary. The son the Lord gave me after so many years of waiting and praying. And now he lies dead in some nameless grave. Would God I might have died in his stead. Jesus said of him once that among those born of women there had never been a greater one than John. Jesus loved him, Elizabeth. I know he, too, is weeping for him. Dead. If I could have been with him when he died. No, Elizabeth. He lives. Among those who wait until the redemption of mankind shall be accomplished. Elizabeth, for those who know and love the Lord, death is not the end of life. John died in the cause of right and truth, and those are the Lord's own causes. It was a sacrifice for the Lord, and he will reward. I do believe, Mary. I thought there was no comfort left in all the world, but you have brought me comfort. How have I deserved that you, the mother of my Lord, should come to me twice, each time in my hour of greatest need?
Radio 4. The time is 3 o'clock. Afternoon theatre.
Thunder on Sunday, dead on Monday. Who's it gonna be? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, or why not say all three?
Noel Johnson, Rosalind Shanks, Duncan MacIntyre and Simon Lack in Thunder on Sunday, the novel by Karen Campbell, adapted for radio by Betty Davis.
Where shall I put your tray, sir?
Here? You're new.
No, sir. I've been with this line 3 months.
What's your name?
Claire Macefield.
You haven't flown with me before.
I haven't had that pleasure, sir.
What's for food, Claire?
Your favorite, apple pie.
Have you got that position yet, Mr. Spence?
Sir, I've got a position, but it can't be right.
Well, what position was it?
1210 west, 50 miles east of where we should be.
Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a hell of a wind down there, westerly 90 knots and dead on our beam. Give me a new course.
180 magnetic.
Altering onto 180. Mr. Barrett, give me climb power.
Climb power, sir.
And now, Mr. Spence, call up control, give them our position and get clearance to FL360.
Oceanic control.
I put the seatbelt sign up, Miss Macefield. Go and see that the passengers are strapped in.
Yes, sir.
Reported that position yet, Mr. Spence?
Nobody's answering. There's a hell of a lot of static and nothing else. I can't get a peep out of them.
Stewardess,
Do I really have to put my cigarette out?
You really have to, Miss Playfair.
I thought that sign meant that the pilot was just going to have his Sunday sleep.
So it does, but the smell of smoke disturbs him. Mr. Ainsworth...
Oh, don't wake Jerry up. I like it better like that. Oh, hell, now that I've got DTs or there's water in the carburetor. Jerry, come to and get yourself strapped in. What's happening?
Just a bit of turbulence. Let me fasten that for you. There.
I promised my married daughter I'd send her one of your postcards. The table's been quivering like a Ouija board.
You'll get it done all right before we get to Glasgow.
Thank you.
Herr Hagedorn?
We are both with the seat belts correctly fastened.
Are you quite comfortable?
Yes, thank you. My wife has just remarked on the smoothness of the fact.
Not for much longer, I'm afraid.
Oh?
It's stormy ahead.
Stormy? Oh, Thor.
Sir?
Thor's chariot, drawn by two he-goats. Thor, the thunder god of the Vikings. He called this the Steed of Storms.
Damn thunderstorms.
Young man, you blaspheme.
Your seatbelt, sir.
Automation. Fasten your belt, unfasten your belt. Go to the toilet, come back from the toilet, eat, stop eating, open the door, bail out. Just do what the machine says. How do we know we've got a pilot at all?
Mr. Philby, if you don't fasten your seatbelt, you'll soon find out that we have got a pilot.
Of course. When I'm asked nicely like that.
Thank you.
Thunder on Sunday, dead on Monday. Who's it gonna be? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, or why not say all three?
I've never heard such a load of rubbish as that young chap talks. Sit by old Slass and get strapped in. You can get knocked around, same as rest of us. They're giving us a ride for our money.
Oh, look, the lightning.
Somebody up there's taking our photo.
Oh, the lights have gone.
Quiet, everybody. Please, stay where you are. It'll be all right. Quiet, please.
Damn this bloody weather.
Sir, starboard fuel tanks hold. And a port.
What?
Leaking kerosene like mad.
Mr. Spence, control.
Well, there's still no joy, sir.
Where's the nearest land?
I'm checking.
Hebrides?
Too far.
We've got to get down soon, sir. We're losing fuel fast.
What's that on the map? Hold that torch steady.
An island. A-R-D... I can't read it, sir.
Ardna Beg, I've heard of it. Give me a course to steer.
110.
Turning onto 110. How far away?
90 miles. It's very small.
We can't worry about an airfield, just a piece of dry ground. Bill, how long have we got?
15 minutes.
Spence, give them our right position.
Still trying, sir.
And call Mayday. I'm taking her right to the sea. First sign of fire, I'll have to put her down.
Mayday. Oceanic Control. This is Celtic Airways, Tango Foxtrot. Lightning strike. We're losing fuel. Turning easterly for Ardnabeg. May have to put down and sea. Mayday. 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 Celtic Tango Foxtrot, Mayday.
To the south.
Celtic Tango Foxtrot, Mayday.
Better than the Atlantic. Miss Macefield, prepare the passengers for dipping just in case. See they put their life jackets on.
I will, sir.
About 7 minutes fuel left, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Hear anything, Spence?
Dead as a dodo. Burnt out, I reckon.
Can you see anything?
No, sir.
When I put her down at Ardnabeg, there'll be a jolt. But at least we'll be almost out of fuel. No fire risk.
Fuel tank's all reading dry.
Something ahead, sir. Look. See the coastline?
Yes, and a hill.
Beach below, sir.
Look for a field.
Looking. Field, sir. And a runway. Do you see it, sir?
I see it. Old Wartime station.
Well, we're in luck.
Give me the wheels.
Gear down and locked. Hell of a crosswind, sir.
20 flap.
Losing starboard engine, sir.
We're down.
Ardnabeg. Well, at least we've arrived. I'll go to the back and have a word with the passengers. After landing, check Peter. Then go and rustle up some of the locals. We've been lucky. We're off track, but at least we're alive. Now we'll have to try to make contact with the people here and possibly telephone to the mainland. Yeah. Any luck, Peter?
Not much. There's a road of sorts, and I thought I heard footsteps.
Footsteps?
Well, I thought I heard them, but when I called, nobody answered.
Echoes. The acoustics of an empty stage.
They sounded pretty solid to me, Mr. Ainsworth. Plenty of birds, and I heard sheep.
There is a saying that the good shepherd is never far from his sheep.
Right, Signor Borghese. And someone must have heard us. We made enough racket getting in. The odds are the island's inhabited, and the sooner we get to an inn or a farmhouse, the more comfortable it's going to be. Miss Macefield, stow some flasks and food in a bag.
Yes, sir.
I thought you girls were supposed to wear sensible shoes.
I've got some boots in my overnight bag.
Well, put them on. And all of you wrap up warm because we don't know how long the walk will be. I'll give you 10 minutes. Mr. Barrett, a word with you.
Yes, sir.
We'll go through to the flight deck. Well?
We could fix it if we had the equipment.
Which we haven't.
I always carry extra tools, but they may not be up to this lot.
Glasgow will have to send a relief aircraft.
Do you reckon they'd get in?
Well, we did.
Not many pilots could have.
Well, marvelous what you can do when you have to.
Might not be a bad idea if I had a look round. A lot of stuff got left in these old airfields. Might be something.
Could be, but it'd be pretty decrepit, I'd have thought.
Customers on their way out now, sir.
Did they teach you anything about this sort of emergency?
Well, I went on survival courses, but they just give you the two extremes, the desert and the open sea.
And this is bloody both.
Come on, let's get the ladder down. Wait till you're eating bannocks by some blazing hot fire. 9, 10, 11, 12. One short.
We should be...
13, exactly. Mr. Philby, hurry up, please.
May I bring this, Captain?
If you don't mind carrying a guitar for a 10-mile walk, that's up to you. And, sir, provided you belt up when you're told. That's everyone, isn't it, Miss Macefield?
Yes, sir.
Right. Peter Spence and I will lead the way, you and Bill at the back.
Sir.
No straggling, please. There may be peat bogs, and you can't see far in this mist. Listen.
The wind?
No, breakers. That's the sea down there. Careful, everyone. These airfields were built for takeoff over the sea.
Should we not shout if there is a shepherd?
Not a bad idea, Signor Borghese. Give the youngsters something to do. Right, everybody? 1, 2, 3, shout! Hello! Try again in a moment. What's that?
Looks like the old guard room, sir.
Not much left. Just a minute. Stop! Look at that. On the tarmac.
Petrol, sir?
Mm-hmm. Recently spilled, by the look of it.
But then we're all right. Petrol means people.
Okay, folks, don't get jumpy. Just keeping my hand in. Photographic study of model Dawn Playfair in mink in the middle of the ocean. Real Sunday stuff.
Back page of the Times if you don't do as you're told, Mr. Ainsworth. Keep up.
Back page?
Obituaries.
There's dog's mess over here.
What?
On the road over here.
Yeah. West's our west. Not quite the way we want, but the road's less overgrown that way. Try it. Let's shout again. 1, 2, 3, shout.
Hello. Hey, I can smell coffee. I fancy a cup of coffee.
Hey, you're smelling what you want to smell. It's medical fact.
Medical rubbish.
The dog.
And the shepherd.
You're right. And that's Mrs. Crowther's coffee. He's got a spirit stove. Hello!
Has he seen us?
Yes, he...
What's he doing?
He crossed himself. Come on, we better talk to him. Good afternoon. We need help. My name's Richard Lampeter. I'm a Celtic Airways pilot. We've just made a forced landing on the old airfield back there.
Duncan McDermott it is. Good afternoon to you.
We were flying from Iceland.
And where would you be going?
Glasgow. These are my crew and the passengers. Is there a village near here?
Yes.
How many miles?
I cannot tell. There is also a castle and a laird.
Well, what about a telephone?
I have not over much of the English tongue.
Thank you, Mr. Philby.
Oh, yes. Mr. Dundas has that sometimes.
Well, can we speak to the mainland? We need to tell the families of these people that they're safe.
Safe? Aye, there was to the mainland, that is so, but not now. This great storm, Mr. Dundas was telling me he could not get a sound from herself.
Herself being the telephone?
Yes.
Does the village have an inn?
Yes. A poor place, Angus Mingus has, but an inn it is.
And is there a road to the village?
Aye, a fine road. She goes all round this side of bay.
The mountain?
Aye. She was made when the Air Force field was made.
Were you here then?
I was.
What sort of aeroplanes did they fly? 4 engines, 2?
4. Very fat in the belly, as if in lamb.
Shackleton's by the sound of it. Can you take us to the village?
Yes. It is too long by the road. I know a path that will make the journey shorter. Come.
Come on, everybody. Mr. McDermott's taking us to the village. I'm surprised you didn't hear us overhead.
I heard you.
Oh, didn't you wonder what had happened? Why didn't you look for us?
It is a foolishness to venture yon when the sounds come.
Sounds?
Like yours. Lights also.
Engine sounds. Aircraft engines?
Like yours. But not like yours. They are not of this world.
Do you mean ghostly aeroplanes?
The folk believe that is so. For myself, I know it is an evil place. It is unlucky.
Did they have trouble with it when it was an airfield?
Aye. It should not have been built there. The ground would not rest quiet. And after it came, the island began to die. The young folk went.
The young folk are going away from all the islands. And those sounds. There'll be some mountain echo from aircraft miles away.
We are simple people. We do not understand these things.
The next time you hear engines, you should go out there and take a look.
No one will be doing that. Unlucky it is to hear the ground sounding, but to see the shapes themselves. That is death.
Claire, stay here, Peter. Claire, what is it?
I saw a man up on that path.
Where?
He's gone. He was there, though. Just standing watching us. I'm sorry I screamed. I can't think
What
why.
did he look like?
Well, he had an orange jacket, and he was standing by that gorse bush, the one in flower.
Yellow flower, orange jacket.
That's it. Amazing what you think you see in the mist.
But I suppose so.
Right, everyone, panic over. Coming, Mr. McDermott?
This is the inn, sir.
Oh, what a dump. Beyond the Beg Hilton. I bet it's full of sheep.
Not to worry. One more won't make any difference.
It is best to knock first, sir.
I don't want to interrupt an orgy, do we?
Is there anybody there? Said the traveller.
Someone's coming.
Proceed. I don't know how MacCormack. How in Camguiv Loch Tourish.
Who are these travelers?
They have come in an aeroplane. They say it is damaged by the storm.
Why did they come here to Arnaby?
They did not wish to come here. It was the storm. Well, this is where I must leave you with Angus Mingus.
Thank you. You've helped us tremendously. May we come in?
Aye, come.
Well, it's nice and warm.
More mercies.
Herr Sheen, Marigen is me vok med duckui.
Telling his wife they've got a house full. Not exactly. I have a few words of the Gaelic.
What was it, then?
He said, he has come like I told you he would.
But that doesn't make sense.
Hey, a radio. They've got a radio.
Service, please.
Claire, see what the passengers want.
Yes.
Can we get everyone a drink?
It is too many of you.
We'll be paying.
But that is not the concern. The islanders are well known for their hospitality. There is too many.
That's 7 double whiskies, a port and lemon, and a pint of mild and bitter. One captain, please, something to eat. Anything. Everyone's so hungry they could eat the sawdust off the floor.
Yes, at this rate they may have to. What about you and the rest of the crew?
Whiskey, I think.
What about these drinks?
Well, what is it you want?
11 double whiskies, a port and lemon, and a pint of mild and bitter. And we'd like some food.
My daughter will attend to you. The islands are well known for the grand hospitality and their whiskey.
It's good.
Arnaby whiskey made here at the distillery.
The real McCoy. 130 proof by the look of it, so watch how you drink it.
It's the spot, all right.
You rot your gut downing it like that. It's a medical fact. Oh, food.
My daughter will see to you.
Hot soup.
The stuff to give the truth. Ooh.
Perhaps it's fresh any road. Baked today. I don't reckon much to the soup.
Meat cube and a drop of hot water. Don't let it get horse in the mouth.
Oh, horse is right. Who does the cooking, lass? Your mum?
No, it is myself.
I thought so. You can't put an old head on young shoulders. What's your name, love?
Mary.
Oh, fancy that now. Pretty name. Pretty lass, eh?
You have to be joking.
And what does your mum do, love?
She has been changed these many years.
Anything for afters? I'm ravenous.
Would you like a candy bar?
Oh, thank you. We'd all like a candy bar. Oh, what's that lad got? We haven't.
A candy bar? A genuine American candy bar? How'd that get here?
The Icelandic people used to call this island the joining of the world.
Oh, then stop the world. We all bloody well want to get off.
So it was the lightning that sent you here, Captain?
Yes.
Yes, it took you away from where you were going, eh? Against your own will?
Yes. We're bound for Glasgow. Once we've got the repairs done, we'll be on our way. I see you've got paraffin lamps here.
Oh, yes?
We'll need paraffin.
Well, she comes in from the mainland, you see, on the boat.
Well, where can I get some?
Oh, I don't know. The boat will come again before Christmas. It is not a storm.
Something to do. Oh, landlord, is there out to sea here? Like fisheries and such like?
Oh, the distillery. The island is well known for its whiskey.
I suppose you can put us all up.
Oh, yes, but it is a wee place. I wasn't prepared for such numbers.
Try and get something sorted out for the passengers anyway.
Yes, sir.
Having trouble?
Oh, Mr. Dundas, sir.
Let me introduce myself. Captain Frank Dundas, laird of this god-forsaken island.
Ah, how do you do? You've heard what's happened.
Yes, you gave my gilly the fright of his life. Do the mainland know you're here?
No, unfortunately. The radio burnt out.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been much good anyway, our damned mountain. That's why I've never gone in for a radio telephone. Awkward, though, the telephone going. Yeah, it'll be weeks before they get round to mending it. Anyone have any ideas where you are?
Most unlikely.
Well, we'll have to get you off pretty quickly. We'll see what we can do. Slange. That's Gaelic for good health.
Ah, good health.
Well, we could use some good luck, too.
What we really want are tools and kerosene. I don't...
leave all that to me. How did you make out with poor old MacDermot?
The shepherd. All right.
Didn't he keep you entertained with his stories?
Not very much.
Not even about the airfield? Did he take you all the way round instead of cutting across it?
He might have done. A bit difficult to see.
They're all the same. Won't go near the place. What was he seeing this time?
Hearing. Aircraft.
Oh, that. The ground shaking. It wasn't a lucky airfield in the war, you know. Before my time here. They said it had been built on sacred ground and the mountain was angry. And since the war, things haven't been too clever here. The airfields there kick it. Don't they say in America every home should have its kick it?
Some of the villagers have seen people.
And others besides. When you shone your torch on poor old Jamie Walker, I don't know which of you was more scared. I've got some grouse up there. Walker was having a look at them.
Why didn't he call out?
Because he ran like a rabbit. They all half believe those stories about the airfield. Well, they've got no one else to listen to except old MacDermot. No telly, not much radio.
Oh, that reminds me. Have another try at that radio over there, Bill.
Will do. You know, funny thing was, there was a runway heading at Control Tower when we came in. Was it the right one?
Yes.
Proves my point. Hasn't been touched there since the war.
When did you come here?
5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he's a fine laird, is Mr. Dundas.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've done my best to stimulate a bit of work. There's practically nothing. Fishing, a bit of weaving. The distillery. I've sunk a few bob there.
Oh, no, I was after telling them about the fine distillery. They're wishing to see it.
Oh, it's no tourist attraction. They'd be bored rigid.
But it would keep them out of mischief while we got cracking on the aircraft.
Well, if that's what you want, I'll have a word with Todd. He's the manager. Oh, dear, is that the time? I must get busy if we're to get you off tomorrow. I'll send a Land Rover in the morning.
Further statement tomorrow. It is feared that there are no survivors
That's the news.
from the
Quiet, everyone.
Airways jetliner now 7 hours overdue at Glasgow.
An Icelandic trawler has reported hearing a faint Mayday signal and then silence. Search aircraft have found no trace of rafts or survivors.
What did I tell you? We're ghosts.
Hello. Didn't hear you come in.
You were asleep. I've been here hours.
My rat's wee room aloft is just that, a loft. Are you comfortable down there on the floor?
Tonight I think I could sleep in a gorse bush. Come to that, I think I am. These blankets.
The others all fixed up?
Yes. Mrs. Ewart, Mrs. Crowther and Frau Hagedorn are all in the girls' dorm. The men have got 2 rooms between them, truckle beds. Mingus has managed the lot of us somehow.
I don't like mine host much.
I suppose he's all right. Must have been a bit of a shock. All of us descending on him like that.
I saw his face when they said on the news that we were all presumed dead. He had a funny sort of grin.
Perhaps it was a trick of the light.
And that great lump of a girl.
It was nice of her to give up her room.
Some room. The rain comes in through the fanlight, there are spiders' webs all over the place, and it hasn't been cleaned since last Christmas. No, I mean really. There's still a bit of mistletoe over the bed.
The islanders are well known for their Christmas festivities.
But why does she need mistletoe up here?
Bundling, perhaps. The Hebridean custom of courting in bed.
Hope he doesn't give Jerry Ainsworth ideas above his station. Good night.
Good night. Dawn.
What is it?
Can you hear anything?
That's the sea.
No. I thought I heard...
Well?
An aeroplane.
Must have been dreaming. Good night.
Bill? Bill?
What is it? Hey, lad, you're dressed. Is it clocking in time?
Oh, please yourself, sir. It's early yet. Actually, I was looking for Bill Barrett.
Oh? Isn't he here, then?
No. Did you hear him get up?
No. I didn't hear him come back, neither.
Back? From where?
I don't know where to fidget about. Lad were a bit peckish, and there were a light on in the kitchen, so off he popped to see if he could get out to eat from the big glass.
And you didn't hear him come back?
No, but I were off as snug as a bug. Didn't know a thing after I shut my eyes, except when I fastened up the shutters. I saw the 2 of them, their shadows.
Which 2?
The big lass, the landlord's daughter, and your engineer, larking around downstairs.
Larking?
Playing? Oh, not wrong. Just a bit of horseplay.
Don't tell me I missed out on something. What sort of horseplay?
Did you hear Bill come to bed?
No. I went downstairs about 2. God, that Lou is prehistoric.
Bill wasn't in bed then?
No, not a sign of him.
Did you hear him talking to Myritt?
No. Maybe they got past talking by then.
Thank you. Time's getting on. I'd better get downstairs. What's this? The skipper. I've thought up a quick way of mending the tank. Borrowed Myritt's bike and went up to the field. See you there, Bill.
So, you got your friend's message, did you, sir?
Yes, thank you, Myritt. It's not his writing. Who actually wrote this?
Me, sir. His hands were dirty with the bike, you understand.
Yes, of course.
Just past the pop.
7:45. When did Dundas say he'd come round?
He didn't, not specifically. He just said as soon as possible.
Well, what time's he organised the distillery?
10:30. He's got to confirm it with the manager, but if we don't hear differently, we go then.
Still raining, I see. Ooh, what a climate.
Oh, you look as if you slept well, anyhow.
Oh, I did. Claire didn't. Bad dreams.
What?
I thought I heard aircraft engines.
What time?
I don't know. I might have dreamt it, of course. But I remember looking at the skylight and it wasn't raining.
If it wasn't raining, it must have been a dream.
Didn't you look at your watch, Claire?
I didn't think to, sir.
I think we can drop the sir.
You've forgotten one place, lass. Only late for 12. Superstitious, are you?
Bill Barrett is not here.
He's gone up to the airfield.
How so? How so?
What do you mean?
How so is yon wee red man away to the airfield? How is it that he got there, eh? The laird hasn't come.
I gave him my bicycle, so I did.
You?
I gave him my bicycle.
Told you to do such a thing, you slattern! Now let me be. You out. He'll take care, you mind, for my wee lass's bicycle.
Of course.
Well, it is just that I must have been anxious about the road. It's just full of pitfalls, you understand.
Bill can look after himself.
Well, I hope he can. I hope he can.
Well, scenes from family life.
Peter, sir, grab yourself some bread or something. Get your Mac. I'm not hanging around for Dundas to take us to the airfield. We'll start walking. Right.
Do you suppose Bill's been able to get cracking?
Probably.
So, all in all, the situation's brighter.
I hope so. It's being incommunicado I don't like.
But if we get the tank mended and Mr. Dundas gets hold of kerosene and the weather clears a bit, well,
things will look a lot better, yes.
Well, wait a minute. What's that? Bike tracks, aren't they?
Yes. New. That'll be Bill. Keeping well away from the cliff drop, I'm glad to see.
I reckon Myrad warned him.
Maybe. It was a damn silly thing to do, though. Come on.
Look at those tracks. They're slap through the muck. I hope Bill cleans up Myrat's bike before her father sees it.
After that performance at breakfast, I'll make damn sure he French polishes it. Nearly there, Peter.
Yes, I remember that headland when we came in. I wouldn't like to come bombing round here with Scotch in my tank.
It's not really all that bad a place for an airfield. You could take off over the sea into wind.
Will we do that, sir? If and when?
Oh, we'll see. Yeah, here's the guardroom now.
This is thickening. Chip, I can still smell our kerosene.
Sharp right here for runway 28.
Should I give Bill a whistle?
No, not yet. We're about 800 yards up the runway.
It seems a long 800 yards, sir.
It certainly does.
I suppose we couldn't be on the wrong runway.
No, we couldn't.
Well, she must be further up.
Bill! Bill! Peter, come here. Look at that.
Tire tracks. Our tire tracks.
Right. There are our tire tracks. But where's our aeroplane?
But how on
earth? God knows. She's simply disappeared.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
I think your skipper's going to be quite pleased with my efforts. The kerosene's laid on, and I've a load of spares in my Land Rover that should gladden his eye. Where is he, by the way?
He started walking.
Where on earth to?
The airfield. He went with Peter Spence. They thought it was just as easy as waiting.
Well, it takes time to gather the stuff Captain Lampeter wanted. I don't think I'm too late. I was up at the crack of dawn.
It was just that our engineer had already gone up to the airfield.
Not when it was dark. That road is very dangerous at night.
He went by bike.
I can't tell you how many accidents there have been on that cliff road.
I wouldn't have thought there was enough traffic.
You're a townsman. You can have accidents just walking. When did Captain Lampeter leave?
About 8.
He certainly didn't give me long. I'd better nip up to the field and find them. They'll be at the aircraft.
I expect so. It's almost at the end of what seems to be the main runway.
I know the one. I mustn't hold all of you up. I can see that airline travel makes you very time-conscious. Mr. Todd, the manager, is expecting you at the distillery. It's just round the corner and down to the harbor. On the left, the only big building.
Good morning. Mr. Todd?
That's right. The orphans of the storm, eh? Come in, Miss...
Macefield. Oh, can I introduce Herr and Frau Hagedorn?
Herr Manager?
Mr. and Mrs. Crowther.
I know.
Mrs. Hewitt. Hi. Miss Playfair. Signor Borghese.
How do you do?
Mr. Ainsworth.
Hello.
And Mr. Philby.
Delighted. Come in.
Thank you.
I'm afraid we haven't much to show you, but the Laird tells me you're at a loose end, and what the Laird says in Ardnabeg goes.
Well, I'm glad we came. Anything's better than hanging around in that inn. And he's dish, that black hair.
Bet it's a wig.
The balder, the sexier. A medical fact.
As you know, there's no electricity on the island. We have our own generator.
Well, it looks like a prison.
Ah, to keep people out, not in. Pilfering.
Well, the islanders, then, are not noted for their honesty.
That maniac Mingies. What's he been telling you? No, they're not.
For their poverty, perhaps.
Well, you don't have to be rich to be honest.
In here, please. That vat, that's where we soak the barley in the steeps. Then it's spread out on the malting floors to germinate.
Do you grow your own barley?
Not likely. Not enough sun. Ships come in about once every 2 months.
And I guess one's just been, huh?
Quite so. Admiring the scenery, Miss Macefield?
Oh, I was just looking at that church out there. Is it very old?
I wouldn't know. The minister is, though. The church is hardly ever used, and the old man never comes. There's not the folk. Besides, people here have other comforts.
Like pilfering?
Much more colourful than that.
Well, tell us.
No, the Laird is touchy about these people. If he hasn't mentioned it, I can't.
The graveyard's very full.
Oh, aye, the graveyard's full, all right. Death at Ardnabeg doesn't wait for the minister. Yes, well, let's move on. These are the pot stills. Here the wash is being distilled, first in the wash still, then in the spirit still.
You could cook the lot on us in one go.
The islanders are not yet noted for their cannibalism.
We hope. What did he mean by other comforts?
Sex, what else?
I was going to suggest we adjourn now. There's very little else to see. We're not malting at the moment, and you don't want to go around a lot of old warehouses. Come to my office and sample the stuff.
Some of us are only here for the beer.
We make pretty potent stuff. Sorts out the men from the boys.
That means you can wait for us outside, Philby.
In here. I see you're studying our chart, Miss Macefield. Interested in cartography?
Quite.
Well, that's an old one, I'm afraid. Last war ops map. Someone found it at the airfield.
I thought no one liked to go up there.
They go there when they want to, believe me.
Pilfering.
And other things.
The airfield's marked Cram Tara.
Aye, Gaelic for fiery cross.
Oh.
Your drinks.
Thank you.
Well, slancha.
I don't know what the folks at chapel would say to this drinking spirits.
Folks at chapel reckon we are spirits by now.
It must be a very strange experience for you all to be alive, and back there they all think you're dead.
Better than being dead and then thinking you're alive. Actually, it's not funny. It's a nasty situation. If we're already dead, anyone could bump the lot of us off. And it wouldn't matter at all.
Very good to us, lad.
Who would want to?
Quite.
Well, I hate to break up the party, but we really must go. Captain Lampeter will wonder what has happened to us.
Well, if you must, you must. This door opens on the yard.
Thank you.
Oh, blast the wind.
Oh, those wretched shoes. Now it's the hill that's gone.
Well, a safe journey home. The mountains disappeared in the mist. Do you still reckon you'll get off tonight?
We're keeping our fingers crossed.
Oh, thank you so much for a memorable visit, Mr. Todd. When I get back home to Montreal, I'll tell just everybody to drink nothing but Ardnabeg whiskey.
Do that. Yes, well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Oh, just a minute. I really have got something caught on my shoe. I trod on something. Oh, it's a nail or a bit of wire.
there? Land sakes, where'd that come from?
That's what Todd would call pilfering. You probably walked off with the most valuable piece of machinery in the distillery.
Oh, should we knock on the door and hand it back?
Yeah, let me see, please. Yeah, no, that is nothing to do with whiskey. It's simply a very small fuel cap, no importance or significance whatever. See? I have it off your shoe.
Keep it for look. Oh, right, everyone. We'd better get back to the inn. Captain Lampeter may be waiting.
Bill? Bill! Where the hell can he be?
I found something. Tire tracks.
Well, they're Tango Foxtrots.
Yes, but why up here? Search me, sir. How far is it from where we left her?
About 600 yards.
Do you think Barrett taxied up here?
Crazy thing to do. Start up with fuel tanks leaking.
Well, she couldn't have moved by herself.
No, and there's no sign of a tractor.
Claire said she heard engines.
Thought she heard.
Might have been Tango Foxtrot taxiing. Or taking off.
With that amount of fuel, come off it. Follow those tracks, if the Mr. loves.
Building, sir. And a hangar. Eureka!
What?
I found her. She's in the hangar.
Well, I'm damned.
Bill!
And let's climb up and have a look. There's Bill's stuff. Toolbox and soldering iron. He's been here. He's been busy. Look, he started on the repairs.
Neat job. Yeah, that's Bill, all right. Oh, where did he get the extra stuff? He said he didn't have enough.
Probably raided the stores here.
I wonder where he put the bike.
I wonder where he's put himself. Someone's coming. Better have a look.
Hello?
In here.
Ah, there you are. Found you at last. Why did you move the aircraft?
We didn't. I thought your chaps might have done it.
My chaps? Why should they?
Well, who else?
Where's your engineer?
Not here, but he has been. And he's done quite a bit of work.
Huh. You'll be able to get off soon, then?
Well, he's still got to mend the starboard wing.
Well, the sooner the better. I've got all you wanted in the Land Rover. So where is the man?
No sign of him.
What about the bicycle?
No sign of that either.
Huh. It's lunchtime. After working through the night, he'd be pretty hungry. Let's get this stuff unloaded and then get back to the inn. I bet we'll find him knocking back Meyerrat's potato soup.
Hello. Has Bill been back?
Bill? Isn't he with you?
No. We've searched the airfield. He's been up there all right, but now there's no sign of him.
Not here, eh?
What the hell do we do now?
Well, don't panic. He may well walk in this door before very long. But I think...
Yes?
I think we'd better organize a search party just in case. You've seen for yourself it's not particularly safe terrain. We mustn't ignore the dangers. Everything I have, cars, men, ropes, is at your disposal, and I know I can speak for Todd, too. We'll do everything we can.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and get hold of Todd and any equipment that we can lay our hands on. And this time, don't anybody move till I get back. That's settled, then. You, Captain, and Mr. Crowther will search the coastal section.
Most likely spot. Hangar and dispersals. That's where he'll have gone nosing round.
The most tricky, too. Cliff erosion. Take my head gilly, Jamie. He'll see you come to no harm.
Thank you.
And you, Angus, will go with Mr. Spence, Mr. Philby, and Herr Hagedorn to search the shortcut. The road you all came on last night.
Yes, Mr. Dundas.
I think it's a good idea to have someone who knows the terrain in charge of each group. You, Todd, will go with Mr. Ainsworth and Signor Borghese to search the country between the shortcut and the coast road.
Right.
I'll take Miss Macefield and Miss Playfair in my car. We'll drive slowly along the perimeter track and search the small roads inland.
Claire.
Yes?
Bring the rest of the food and blankets back with you. We may not get away from here for quite a time.
What about the old shepherd, Duncan? He may have seen something.
Oh, him. He's bound to have seen something.
Well, he was after being round here this morning asking about the strangers. Likely he only wanted a free drink.
Very likely. Let's see. It's 3:50. Shouldn't we have a time to report back here, collate our findings?
Let's say 9 o'clock.
We'll all be sitting on pins till you get back.
Right. Don't any of you do more than you've been given. And do what the local chap says.
Watch it, Peter. Don't take any risks.
Yes, sir. Well, we'd best be off. You'll follow us in the Land Rover, Captain. Miss Macefield?
Coming.
Don't get your feet wet, lad.
Trust me.
We need a torch. Oh, thank you, Captain. What's that? Shine your torch over there. A soldering iron. Was that under the wing before?
No, it was on the wing. Still warm.
Thank God. Obviously your friend's been back.
And all this soldering wasn't done this morning. Only the port wing tank was repaired when we left. Now he's begun on the starboard. Still warm. The solder's still soft. Must have been done in the last hour. Bill's been back, but where the hell is he now?
Up to us to find out, isn't it? Are you still carrying on with the search as planned? Captain?
Sorry? Yes.
I think you're right.
Happen the ladder's knocked off work and is on his way back home.
Maybe, but I'd rather be sure.
You'll take Jamie with you?
Yes, we'll take Jamie. Better be off.
Well, lass, I must love you and leave you.
Mind how you go.
Mr. Crowther? Keep close.
You don't have to tell me.
Jamie, you lead the way. The men we're looking for is about your height, reddish hair, in this uniform.
Aye, the laird told me.
Now, we've each got a torch and a whistle. If we get separated, flash your torch 3 times and shout and whistle like hell. Careful, Crowther. You can break your ankle in some of these potholes.
Looks as if it's had a bit of wear round here.
The wind.
And a dose of salt.
We'll stop and shout. Ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Again.
Wait.
What's the matter? Did you hear something?
No, but it is ill luck to cry a living man's name when yon bird is calling.
We'll go on a bit.
Ground eye soft, sir.
You're right. Careful, Mr. Crowther.
Was this where you were this morning?
No, that's the other side of the hangar. Dundas is looking there. It's a sort of graveyard of old aeroplanes. Wellingtons, Liberators, a fortress, all derelict, skeletons. What's that over there?
Another ruddy shape. Fair put you off mutton, doesn't it?
We will call again.
1, 2, 3.
Bird!
No further?
He'd never come round here, would he?
We've got to look everywhere.
Well, I bet you he's back at the pub.
If he is, I promise you I'll kill him. There's a hut there, and another hangar. See it, Jamie?
There is marsh and cliffs. Not safe.
You show us the way. I'm just going inside. See you at the other end. Bill! Damn rats. Bill! No go.
Captain!
Okay, just coming. Are you getting worried?
Where's Jamie?
Well, I don't know. I left him with you.
Huh? I must have walked on. Mist's come down again, hasn't it?
Jamie!
There he is. Good lad, Jamie.
Wait!
Lad! Lad! Watch it, lad!
Where are you? Where are you?
Here! Now watch it! There's a cliff drop! I nearly had me cards!
Oh, my God. Hang on. I'll try and hoist you up.
I can't hang on very long, lad. My feet aren't on anything.
I've got you.
I'm heavier than you. I'll pull the pair of us over. It's hell of a way down.
I can't.
Jamie! Give over. You need a rope. Go and get the other strap. I'll be all right.
Take a breath. You'll need it.
Jamie! Hope he hasn't gone over the cliff too.
Let's have a look. There.
How far?
Far enough. Can you hang on a while without me holding you?
Yeah, of course I can. You going for help, then?
No, I'm coming down.
Barrett! Barrett!
He should not have gone to the airfield at night, young red man. It is fatal.
Forbidden, he means.
Courage.
Dangerous.
The earth shakes. There are lights. They are not of this world. Folk have been lost, spirited away when the ground shook and the thunder came.
Thor. Interesting, yes?
I wish he'd shut up.
The old gods remained very much here. The inn is called the Oak. There was mistletoe hanging.
You get pubs called the Oak everywhere.
Oh?
And mistletoe at Christmas. Hey, isn't that a track to the left?
Only a sheep track.
Well, still, it's worth trying. There's somebody there.
Bill! Bill! Is that you? Bill!
Oh.
Duncan McDermott, so it is.
Mr. McDermott, we've lost one of our party. Have you seen anyone passing here this morning?
There has been no one.
Have you been here long?
Yes.
Did you go up to the airfield today?
Aye, and last night.
Did you see anyone last night? The man we're looking for is shortish with red hair.
I mind fine what he looks like. He wasn't there. But I saw them.
Them?
I heard the ground shaking. I saw many lights. I saw them.
Oh, Lord, can we get any sense out of anybody?
So he is gone, your wee red man. Likely he saw them too.
That is likely.
You will not find him now. You had best go home.
I suppose we'd better get back. It's late. I don't like it, though. Maybe leaving Bill stuck somewhere on his own.
He will not be on his own. He has gone. He has been changed. There will be others.
Come. Pakadi, het alone, and you enter your mouth.
Amen.
What does that mean?
Early rising on Monday gives a sound sleep on Tuesday.
Interesting. In one northern dialect, the words for sound sleep and death are interchangeable.
Hey! Careful!
I'm okay. Not long now. Right.
Oh, you're there. That's a marvel.
Don't let go yet, for heaven's sake. I can't take your full weight for a bit.
First going to sleep.
Well, hang on. Okay, ready. Now listen. Do exactly what I say.
Yeah.
Keep hold of that bush.
Yeah.
I'm going to guide your feet onto my shoulders.
What?
There.
Oh, that's grand.
Still a bit numb. We'll wriggle your toes. When it comes to it, put your weight on your right foot. Don't let go of that bush.
No fear.
Now, relax your hand a bit. Oh, how much do you weigh?
Oh, 14 and a half stone.
Yes. Now, feel along the rock with your left hand.
Yeah.
Any hold?
No, no. Hey, I've got something. It'd be a rock jutting out.
Firm?
Yeah. It's a bit high, though.
That's good. Now get ready to grab it.
Yeah.
When I say go, I'll give you a shove.
Oh.
Leave it up.
Yeah.
Pull with your left hand and grab that ledge. Try to lever your chest over the top.
Oh.
If you can't make it, try to get your left foot on the ledge.
And if I miss it?
I'll take your weight.
Happen. Oh, I've got to make it.
Now remember, kick off with your left foot.
Sounds like some dancing. Might as well die laughing.
Ready?
Yeah.
Take a deep breath. Go.
I'm here, lad. Oh, now you. How can we get you
Oh,
up?
that's easier. There's a firm footing here, and I'm not bad at climbing. You'll be a damn good anchor man. Coming up now.
This is a funny sort of pub. Opening time and no one's come in.
Well, there aren't many people on the island.
All the more reason to come in here.
Do you figure they're all helping our boys?
Maybe. Where's that Mayrat gone to?
Would you like a drink or something, honey?
A drop of whiskey would warm us all up. I'll wake that lass up. Anyone at home? Oh, she's a right lazy lass.
Oh, maybe she's out.
Not she. I'll get her off her backside. Hey, service! Service, please. Are you deaf, then?
I was reading.
Real-life romance. American trash. I was never let read stuff like that when I was a girl.
That was a long time ago. Was it something you were wanting? Will you be ringing instead of the both of you walking into my kitchen?
We have rung, honey. For the last 10 minutes. Now, 3 double whiskies, you cheeky lass, and look sharp about it.
There is no need for that shouting. I will come. Did you see the date on that magazine?
I saw a prize. $1.
Well, the date was October 26th, 2 days ago.
Can't have been.
But it was. Oh, maybe it was from our airplane. They do carry magazines.
But how did she get it?
Her father?
I bet he's been up there, and I don't like it. I wish them daft lads had come back. I've got a nasty feeling something's wrong.
Oh, we were lucky. That's a nasty old place. Hey, you don't reckon that Jamie fell over?
Yeah.
No, we'd have heard him. Look, there's a torch. Jamie!
Sir? Sir?
Where have you been?
Over there, where you wished it. The big...
The hangar?
Aye.
Why?
I thought I heard you there. I went in. There was nobody. Then something shut the door. I couldn't get out.
You're out now?
Aye. Duncan found me. That is so. It is an evil place, this.
Come on, let's get the hell out of here. It's time to report back.
Well, he is not in our sector, and he is not here in the hangar.
No.
I suggest you collect the stuff your skipper wanted.
And have a good look round the aircraft.
Oh, mind if I come up as well? I've never been inside it yet.
I'd like you to.
Well, don't leave me behind on my own. This hangar gives me the creeps.
Right. We'll all go.
My goodness. It is all very plushy.
Roomier than they used to be. That's the captain's seat. First officer on the right. Behind here is the engineer's console and panel.
Mr. Barrett's.
Yes.
Now, one of these days I shall tear myself away from Ardnabeg and jet off to the sun. I'm sorry, you're still worried about your friend, aren't you?
Yes. A little.
Did you think he might be here, having a nap or something?
I did hope we might find him asleep somewhere. Oh, how's the time? Or would you get back?
Oh, take your time. It is just after 8. I'm in no hurry. You get the blankets Captain Lampeter wanted, and I'll load them up on the Land Rover. Is that the lot?
Blankets, food. Yes, that's all.
Everything all right up there?
Yes. Exactly as we left it.
Right. Well, if you girls would like to get in the Land Rover, Fergus will drive us back. Getting colder.
Yes.
Still, a drop in temperature sometimes clears the fog. I let Fergus have his head here because he's got to watch it once we're on that damned road.
I wonder if the others are still searching.
I am sure they won't be long.
No.
Mind if I open the window, help Fergus to steer?
Oh, no, do.
Don't brake too quickly, even if one of those damn sheep come out. We can't risk a skid. We're too close to the sea to take any chances. I think it is clearing. Once we're round the headland, we'll see the lights of home.
What is it?
There. In the headlights. Lying by the cliff wall.
A bicycle.
Yes. It's a wreck.
But where's Bill?
My dear, I think we'd better take it back to the hotel.
Who found it?
We did. On the way back.
How long ago?
About 30 minutes. As you saw, it's a write-off. It was lying on its side by that low sea wall.
By the drop.
Yes, by the drop.
Where's Dundas?
He went off with Todd to organize a boat.
Is there any chance Bill could have fallen on a ledge part way down?
No. It's sheer. And the drop's concave. Fergus swung the car around to get the lights on it, and we had torches. There was nothing.
You shut it?
Yes. But the sea was loud. It was just after high tide.
Yeah, it was time to fall. We carried out on the ebb.
That's why Dundas went for the boat. If there's a remote chance. He said you were to get some rest and leave all this to him.
Rest? No. Peter?
Well, you and I should be able to manage the cliff, sir.
I think we'd all like to come.
This old lad's staying here.
Of course.
Well,
no, you've had a bad time.
Come on.
Iperskrantara. Iperskrantara. The victim of the fiery cross.
Not a sign. No joy for the boat either. We've seen Dundas. What's the time?
Just after 1. The others have gone to bed.
Ming is?
He's gone too. You both need a drink.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks.
Very generous of Ming is to leave the bar open.
No, it's not on the house. He left what he calls the honesty box.
Yeah.
And Marat gave me a slate with the prices written on it. Anyone want any more?
No, thank you. We'll start a full-scale search tomorrow, but Peter and I are going to drive round the coast road just once more tonight. Don't wait up. Mingers might charge us extra for the oil.
Don't worry. I won't.
Put the money in for us, will you?
Right. Beer, shilling, whiskey turned 6, lemonade a shilling. What's this? Go, killed else.
Marat?
They've all gone to bed. Tomorrow. Good morning, Marat.
You are up early, so you are.
I wanted to talk to you before there was anyone else about. Where's that slate? Marat, why did you write this?
This? So you would know what it is to pay.
Not the prices. Please, Marat, what did you mean? Why did you write this?
Whiskey, 2 shillings and 6 pence.
It's gone. Someone's rubbed it off.
The prices are very reasonable. Everybody says that this is so.
Ah, that is an omen, perhaps. The first time since we arrived, the sun has come.
And gone.
Herr Hagedorn, quickly! No, not you, Claire. Stay back.
What is it?
We've found Bill.
Oh, no.
Keep back, Claire.
Poor chap. Led me, I was a medical student.
And you've seen death before?
Yes, but never like this. His eyes. And I'd say every bone in his body's broken.
Yes, must have hit hard.
Terribly hard.
Rock or water?
I don't know. But he's been in the sea a while, judging by his skin.
Tide washed him out?
And brought him back. Mr. Dundas, is it?
Yes. Oh. So the search is over. Poor devil. But at least it must have been quick. He'd have felt nothing.
Is there a doctor here?
Old McPhee. He's retired, really. I've got the car at the top of the cliff. I'll take you to him.
And a constable.
I'm the special constable here. Not that I've ever much to do.
Burial?
You seem to be used to this sort of thing.
Well, Philby was a medical student.
Oh, were you? But you didn't finish?
No, I prefer to see life. Shall we give you a hand with him?
Thanks. He's light.
Yes, he was always small and thin.
Sad. Very sad. For him and for Arnabech.
He fell from the head.
Yes, Doctor. Death would be immediate?
Oh, he wouldn't feel a thing. The head's 500 feet. Well, Mr. Dundas, you'll want a death certificate signed.
If you please, Doctor. And the funeral?
Gugrat, immediately. Shall we say the noon hour tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
The dead are always buried quickly here. The islanders are a superstitious lot. They won't rest easy till your friend is buried.
The others have gone.
Yes.
And you say goodbye to your friend alone. He will rest easy now. I have put the earth over him.
Yes.
And you will all be going away now.
In a couple of days.
Oh, you must go before that, sir.
What?
You must go now. You walk a narrow path between life and death. What has happened to your friend will surely happen to all of you.
Tell me what you know.
I see death all around. I see the bird will rise and the bird will fall.
Is that all you can tell me?
Aye.
What's that? On the grave.
A wee bird.
A wren. It's crucified.
Here it is the custom.
He's asleep. Don't wake him, Philby.
I wasn't going to.
There's probably nothing to it anyway.
Maybe not.
You can't really call yourself a medical man.
Thus spoke my masters at St. Thomas's.
Mind you, those red eyes, they were terrible. You reckon that if he'd been killed instantaneously by the fall, the whites of his eyes wouldn't have been like that.
Medical fact. That had happened only if he'd died a number of minutes after the blow on the head. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have time to flow into the eyes.
Well, you're saying that he was dead before he fell from the cliff.
I suppose I am.
And that pink stain on his shirt?
Couldn't have been blood.
Well, then what was it?
There you have me.
I said not to wake him.
I am awake. I heard.
Well, if you ask me, it's a low.
I'm not so sure.
Thunder on Sunday, dead on Monday. Which is it going to be? The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, or why not say all three?
Murdered? Good God, man, are you saying it just on that? The boy is not really a doctor.
There are other things. I had a look at the bicycle.
Pretty badly smashed up.
Very. But if it had smashed into the wall, and he had braked at the last moment, the front tire would have been in a hell of a mess.
And wasn't it?
No. The handlebars were buckled and smashed as though they'd had sideways blows. Furthermore, the saddle was too high.
But Myrat's a tall girl. He probably hadn't bothered to alter it.
That's not like Bill. Everything had to be just so.
Well, you knew him. I didn't.
Then, sir, one thing bothered Claire. In the plane.
I thought everything was just as you left it.
Exactly. Including the food. Bill apparently worked here all day and didn't eat. Or wash.
Well, perhaps he was too busy.
But if he had worked and not washed, his hands would have been covered in grease. And there'd have been marks all over the handlebars.
Anything else you haven't told me?
Yes. On the grave.
The grave?
Yes. A tiny wren, speared and nailed to a cross of sticks. Crucified.
Oh, my God.
Now, tell me, what is really going on?
I wish I knew. As you know, I wanted you to get away quickly. I've tried.
You've been most helpful, sir.
For their sake as well as yours.
Then you think Bill might have been murdered?
Perhaps.
Did what I told you have some meaning?
Some of it. The crucified wren and the broken bones. But the pink on your friend's shirt, no. Have you any ideas?
All I can think of is hydraulic fluid. But Bill wouldn't have been soaked in that stuff unless he'd been in another aircraft. A bomber, perhaps. Bomb doors are opened hydraulically.
The old bombers on the airfield, but why should he go in them?
Well, they'd have no fluid left in them now, anyway.
I hesitate to use the word magic, but it might have some magic significance.
Such as?
I don't know. When I came here 5 years ago, there seemed to be nothing but an odd legend about an airfield called the Fiery Cross. Only gradually I found out other things.
Why didn't you leave?
I nearly did. But I'd sunk a lot of money in the place and got fond of the islanders. It all seemed harmless enough. The island is dying like a human being. They needed youth and the sun again. So Ardnabech tried to bring the sun back. It has gone back to the old Celtic ways.
And they are?
The worship of the sun, the secret tradition. Druidism, I suppose you'd call it.
All this apart, why Barrett?
I think they hold their ceremonies on the airfield. That's why it's taboo, sacred ground. The ready-made circle and the intersection of the runways, did you notice?
Well, one runs east-west, true. Another crosses in north-south, true, I noticed. I've only seen that once before. Ever.
I think that's why they had to move your aircraft. And maybe your friend surprised them. Some secret ceremony.
Who are they?
I don't know. They have a high priest, but his name is secret.
Surely they don't really believe this nonsense.
Oh, yes, they do. They have the cup, a chalice, a litany. To them, all this is sacred.
So sacred, they would murder?
Or worse.
What could be worse?
Sacrifice. Human sacrifice.
You mean that Bill...
His bones were all broken. The Druids used to drop their victims from a mountaintop. Or a cliff.
They wouldn't dare.
Why not? To the outside world, he's dead already. Officially, none of you exist. They might even think you are sent by lightning, sacred lightning, for sacrifice. That crucified wren meant sacrifice. The wren is the god of the winter solstice. He needs to be propitiated. And tonight, their old year ends.
Halloween?
They call it the night of the Hallow Fires.
The fires. The Fiery Cross.
You see, you must get away. Your repairs, are they nearly done?
Oh, pretty well. Just checking and refueling.
We can give you a hand. When can you get away?
Before dawn. At first light, 7:15.
Don't let it be any later, Captain.
As far as the islanders are concerned, we'll all be here at the inn till first light tomorrow. But Peter and I will slip out tonight to make sure no one tampers with the aircraft. Claire.
Yes?
You arrange some sort of guard rota, one person awake through the night.
Yes.
At 7 in the morning, bring everyone down in the Land Rover. It's waiting outside.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be in the hangar waiting for you.
It's a pretty terrifying tally, isn't it? The wren, the mistletoe, the moving of the aircraft.
And something I kept to myself. The repairs to the port wing were neatly done, typical of Bill's work. The starboard wing was messy, an amateur job. I don't believe he touched it.
And what about this, Captain Lampeter? Wouldn't you say this was kind of mysterious?
A fuel cap.
Oh, you've got caught round my hill in the distillery.
Interesting, but I don't see any connection.
Would you like a wee bite of supper, Captain? You had a long day.
No, thanks. I'm off to bed.
Aha. A good night to you then, Captain.
What did you expect to find, sir?
I don't know, Peter. I don't know. The night of the Hallow Fires.
You mean some sort of ceremony?
Perhaps. Well, there's nothing here in the hangar, anyway.
No.
Everything's just as we left it. What's the time? 11:35. If anything happens, it'll be at midnight.
In here?
No. My guess is it'll be at the intersection of the runways.
But why there?
One runs due north-south. One that crosses it runs due east-west. It has a meaning in these rights. Come on.
If they come, what'll happen if they see us?
We must take damn good care they don't. Find cover of some sort where we can see without being seen. We must not take any risks.
Can you see, sir?
The intersection, yes. This is as near as we can get with any safety. These bushes aren't that much of a cover, but they'll just about do.
I can't see a thing unless I stand up.
For God's sake, don't do that. I'll let you know if anything happens. Stay put and we'll both stay alive. If they find us, I don't give much for our chances.
What's that?
I don't see anything. Yes. Keep down.
They're coming?
Yes.
Who are they?
Can't see. Figures in white robes and hoods. They're coming in procession down the runways. From the east, the north, and the south. The west? No. Just 3 groups. They've got stones and pieces of wood. They're building. They're building an altar.
Oh, God. Well, what's happening now?
They're all waiting, facing west. Three men coming from the west, hooded. One of them's a hunchback.
We haven't seen him on the island.
No. He's very tall, too, well over 6 feet. The sacrifice.
Hail to the fire!
Fire, how did he? Quiet.
McDermott.
Quiet, I say. Keep your head down if you've no mind to be torn limb from limb.
What are they doing?
They are not in their proper minds tonight.
The priest.
What so he says they will do. He could turn them on you like a pack of wolves.
Would he harm you?
They do not mind me. I see to the sheep, and when these strange times come, I herd them away. But there is always the foolish one. You saw what they did yon with you. They wouldn't steal or kill except tonight.
Halloween.
Aye. They're burning the whole year. Sometimes they burn other things, what they call evil, to cleanse themselves and bring the sun and life.
How long has this sort of thing gone on?
Forever. The secret order was always strong in the Isles.
But this is different. When did it start up again?
In this manner, not so long. When they built the airfield, folks said she would be without luck, for the ground was sacred. Then the mountain claimed some aeroplanes for himself.
And then this worship started?
No, not so soon. It was after that.
The hunchback. It's Todd.
What?
The wind blew the hood back.
But he's not.
Did you know, Duncan?
I did not know, but I had it in my mind.
How did he do it? The fire?
I do not know. Divine fire, he'll be telling you.
The big man who killed the sheep looked like Mingus.
Aye, poor fool. That's all he is. A fool, no worse. Always hankering after being the seer, the fire. He wants the secret of the fire, so one day he can be chief.
Is there always sacrifice?
Maybe, if the fire does not come without.
Do you know what trick produces that fire?
Aeroplanes. We know they are there, but few of us know how they stay in the sky, and them that come here...
Ghostly airplanes?
Yes. The whistlers from the west and north, with the fire behind them.
Jet engines. Maybe...
Hail to the fire!
The symbolic is done. It is time we were all away. Go with care. Go, all of you, from this place while you can.
And what about you?
I shall not leave, ever. It is mine, this island. It is me. God protect you.
Ah! What is it? I know how he does it. Flamethrowers. Under the robe is a fuel cylinder. That's the hump.
That fuel cap we found.
Yes.
They're going.
And so is Todd. I'm going to follow him.
I'll come with you.
No, get back to the hangar.
Sorry, sir. Anything else?
Well, all right. But keep well away from him and obey orders, sir.
Where is the big...
That's his voice in the southerly hangar.
There's someone else there, too. I'm going round the other side where there are windows. Maybe I can hear them better there. You stay here.
Right.
I know the other voice.
So, it went smoothly.
Fine. You know, Mr. Dundas, I'm beginning to get a kick out of it.
A good general uses the local customs. He doesn't acquire a taste for them. Where is the flamethrower?
I took it off. It's too damn heavy.
It is a good one, out of the Tina Rat consignment. Where did you put it?
Perfectly safe. It half skinned my back. Oh, those bloody Arabs.
Where?
Behind a rock by the intersection. We'll pick it up later.
And our guests?
Still at the inn. All of them. Mengi's told me.
Takeoff is at 7:15. We don't want any more nosing about here.
They're not all as daft as yon engineer. And after moving his aircraft off the runway for him, I could have bashed him.
You did.
Well, the star bomber had to get in. And he nosed around just when Jamie and I were refueling at the underground tank. We had to. There are things I have to do in my own initiative, you know. Like feeding that girl magazines and candy.
Using the bomb bay was silly. The pilot might have guessed the tide would bring him back. Without a body, we'd have got them all away.
Isn't that just what we're doing? Getting them away? Far away?
Thanks to me.
I hope there won't be questions.
Who from? The outside world has given them up.
When do we start preparing?
2 hours before the balloon goes up. We had better get that flamethrower.
Where's the last one I've got in stock? When's the next lot coming in?
Tomorrow night sometime.
Going to the same lot?
Yes, Ben Youssef. Then there's a trawler coming into harbor from Murmansk next week.
I hope you're not flooding the market. By the way, what if Ben Youssef's in danger of winning?
That is the whole point of supplying both sides.
And what about further supplies?
Ryan's organized that in Leningrad. Come on. You might as well come back for a bite and some sleep.
Aye. Oh, it's still raining. Will that make it less effective?
Not a bit. They'll never see it. Come along.
What happened? Why have you come back?
You're dressed.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Are you all right?
Get the women up. Peter will rouse the men. Plan changed.
But what?
I'll explain later. But it's vital we go now.
Everyone's strapped in, sir.
You're sure there was nothing on the plane? Nothing they might have put there?
No, Peter and I searched everywhere.
What the hell are they planning?
We'll soon find out, one way or the other.
I thought I saw headlights just now, though, moving.
Which way?
Hard to tell in the mist.
Before starting engine check complete, sir.
Energize number 2.
Energizing 2.
Light 2.
Lighting 2.
Energize 1.
Energizing 1.
Light 1.
Lighting 1. So far, so good.
It's all too empty. I don't like it. Shine your torch over the wing, Peter. See we're not losing fuel.
No fuel leaks.
It's a bit too good to be true. Claire?
Yes?
Stay up front of Bill's seat. You're another pair of eyes.
Yes, sir.
Left, sir. There's a dirty great hole. Fine. A little right. It's fine.
Landing lights, Peter. We're set for takeoff. It's too late for it to matter.
Right.
Here we go.
Look out! The runway ahead, shimmering.
My God, kerosene. Peter, do you see it?
Pipes. 3 pipes sending it down the runway. What the hell?
On the underground fuel tanks. I saw them for a moment, Jamie, Todd, and Dundas.
The bastards. The bastards get our jets on that kerosene.
Dundas was quite right. There wouldn't have been any trace. We've got to get the hell away from it quickly.
Look, Mingy's.
He's got a flamethrower.
He's hit the stuff.
It's over.
Yes, the flames went the other way, backwards to the fuel tanks. The whole lot went up.
Down there?
Not a hope for any of them. See how the passengers are, Claire. I'm going to talk to Mingus.
Sir, he's still got that flamethrower. He might do anything.
That's why I've got to talk to him.
But he's simply got to pull the trigger
The
again.
captain knows best. I hope.
Mingus.
Who is that? So, you found the secret of the fire. Angus Mingus, you great fool. You found your fire, so then let it clean. You didn't mean all that, I know fine. Give it to me.
Let me help.
No. So, Angus Mingus, I have your fire. The marsh will bury it, sir. Help me.
Yes.
Throw it there. Now, it is over. When the fire is down, you may go in peace.
Quarter flap.
Quarter flap, sir.
Booster pumps on.
Booster pumps on, sir.
If the repairs hold after that abort, they'll hold the trip home.
So, Dundas had it nicely worked out.
Yes. Ardna Beg, the island of the joining of the worlds. Illegal arms from all over the world. China, Russia, America, coming to this deserted place for transmission to all sides in the Middle East to keep the war on the boil.
All under the cloak of ancient druidism.
Superstition is a powerful thing.
Passengers all strapped in and ready, sir.
$120 knots, sir. Undercarriage up.
Sunlight. Look, isn't it beautiful?
Yes. Strange. At last the sun has come back to Ardna Beg.
In Thunder on Sunday, the novel by Karen Campbell, adapted for radio by Betty Davis, Lampeter was played by Noel Johnson, Claire by Rosalind Shanks, Duncan by Duncan McIntyre, and Dundas by Simon Lack. Philby, Anthony Hall, Bill Barrett, Nigel Graham, Peter Spence, John Forrest, Crowther, Hayden Jones, Mrs. Crowther, Joyce Latham, Herr Hagedorn, Michael Kilgarriff, Dawn, Gail McFarlane, Jerry, John Sampson, Mrs. Ewart, Sandra Clark, Mengies, Tom Watson, Myrat, Sheila Grant, Todd, John Graham, and Jamie, William Slay. The guitar was played by Steve Garner, who also composed the music for Thunder on Sunday. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Noel Johnson is now appearing in Crown Matrimonial at the Haymarket Theatre.
The
Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees in One Sunday Afternoon. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will meet Hollywood through such famous personalities as Jack Oakey, Helen Twelvetrees, Alan Hale, Cecil B. DeMille, Agnes Ayres, Mrs. Evelyn Offield, and Mr. Louis Silvers, conductor of the Lux Radio Theater Orchestra. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care preferred by 9 out of 10 of Hollywood's leading stars and attractive women everywhere. A distinguished audience awaits our play tonight. Seated before me are 3 of motion picture's newest stars, June Lang, Muriel Evans, and the leading citizen of Van Buren, Arkansas, Bob Burns. Greetings to all from Lux. Nothing is so important to loveliness as smooth, clear skin. Just remember that while Lux Toilet Soap is fine enough for movie star complexions, it is so inexpensive that any girl anywhere can buy and use it all the time. Keep your skin fresh, smooth, and delicately fragrant with the gentle, active lather of Lux Toilet Soap. And now, let me turn you over to our producer. He brings to radio stars and plays of the same great caliber that have established him as the world's outstanding contributor to motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play begins one quiet Sunday afternoon in a small Missouri town. So does the story of tonight's star, Jack Oakey. Only in Jack's case, the afternoon wasn't so quiet. He claims he yelled louder than any baby born in Sedalia, Missouri. But he says he had a reason for yelling. He arrived just too late for Sunday dinner. Jack spent most of his boyhood in Oklahoma, but accompanied his mother to New York when she joined the faculty of the Scudder School for Girls. New Yorkers didn't care for his real name, Offield, so they shortened Oklahoma and called him Oakey. He's used the name ever since. As a telephone operator in Wall Street, Jack received the tip that made him a fortune. The tip was that he get out of Wall Street and go on the stage. Within a few months, he was a song and dance man on Broadway. When pictures began to talk, he thought they were talking to him, so he responded by coming to Hollywood. Jack has been at Paramount for 9 years. At present, he's a promoter in Champagne Waltz. He's also been a sailor, an aviator, a press agent, a cowboy, and a college student. In fact, as a college student, he's in a class by himself because he never went to college. So tonight, I've given him a degree in dentistry and the leading part, that of Dr. Biff Grimes. I've long believed him capable of more than straight comedy, and the serious parts of tonight's play will give Jack his first real opportunity to prove me right or wrong. Our other star tonight is Miss Helen Twelvetrees. Helen studied to become a painter, but she transferred her art from canvas to the stage and had already starred in such successes as An American Tragedy and Broadway when she was spotted by a talent scout and brought into films. Miss Twelvetrees has just returned from Melbourne, where she was the first American actress to play the lead in a picture filmed in Australia. She appears tonight in the role of Amy in One Sunday Afternoon, written by James Hagan. We hear it now in the Lux Radio Theater, starring Jack Oakey with Helen Twelvetrees. It's a stifling Sunday afternoon, late in August. In Biff Grimes' tiny office, he and his old friend Snappy Downer are growing sentimental about old times, recalling the songs of their younger days. Biff, middle-aged and slightly gray, sits sprawled in his dentist's chair, silently regarding the red-nosed Snappy, who leads off with a chorus of an old favorite.
It was there I knew that you loved me true.
You love me true.
You were 16.
You were 16.
The village queen. Oh, baby, what a voice. Yes, Amy.
Stop that noise.
Noise. Me and Snappy singing.
Stop it.
All right.
You see, the little woman doesn't understand, Snappy. Nothing artistic about it.
You know, Biff, I used to have a good voice. So did you. You sing something.
Huh?
Yeah, sing something.
Say, listen, you brought over the refreshments this afternoon. Biff Grimes wants to be entertained. Biff Grimes, the well-known dentist of Hillsdale, was entertained on Sunday afternoon by Snappy Downer, the man who sells fish and crabs at Duncan's Market. Ha ha! Go on, Snappy, another little song.
Say, Biff, I know a pip.
Good.
You know, I used to sing it with the harp effect, but I busted the harp.
That's fine.
You know, you like this song, Biff. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime.
I said cut it out. I don't like that song.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Well, it brings up something that... Well, I just don't like it. See, I don't want to hear it.
Okay. Don't get sore.
Oh, forget it. Hey, listen, I got a song that's a break. Give me a note.
Yeah, which one?
Any one. Biff Grimes ain't particular. Bum, 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 bum. Put on your old... Start again. Bum, 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 bum. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, then we'll hitch old Top into the sleigh.
Biff.
Yes, Amy?
Do you want me to come in there?
You don't want to see my wife, do you, Snappy?
No.
Never mind, honey. Stay where you are.
Making all that racket. If I hear any more, I'll come in there and put you both out of the house.
All right, honey. You see what I have to put up with? It's a shame. Man can't have a little peace and comfort in his own home. You know it ought to be in the marriage laws.
What?
Peace and comfort, that's what. Am I right?
Right.
Good old Snappy. Snappy, remember when we was kids? Remember Avery's amusement park? How long ago was that?
Oh, must have been 108 years ago or so. There was you and me, Beansy Miller, and Hugo Barnstead.
Yeah, Hugo Barnstead.
And Virginia Brush. You know, you were stuck on her, Biff.
Nah, I wasn't.
Oh, yes, you was. Yes, you was. You was in love with her. You used to sing, in the good old summertime.
In the good old... I know. I used to sing this song just because Virginia liked it.
You know, she was a swell girl, Virginia was. Hugo stole her away from you, remember?
Ah, that Hugo was just a plain everyday skunk. I never did like him. I bet I'd have married Virginia if it hadn't been for him. He stole her away from me. It's an awful thing for a skunk to steal another man's girl.
Yep, I never did.
It ain't right. Virginia never cared for him nohow. I was the one she was nuts about. Hugo Barnstead. Oh, I'd like to get my hands on him. What I wouldn't do to him.
Yeah, you're not jealous, are you, Biff?
Say, Biff Grimes is too big a man to get jealous over anybody. Anyway, haven't I got Amy? Haven't we been married for... Oh, shucks. I didn't care nothing about Virginia.
Yeah, what'd you say if I told you they was in town?
What?
Yeah, to stop in the hotel across the street.
Virginia and Hugo?
Yep. Have a swell car, too. Say, they must have plenty of money. Hugo's president of a bank, so I heard.
Yeah? Did you see Virginia?
Sure.
How'd she look?
Swell. But Hugo, he looks kind of bilious. You know, you're the one she should have married, Biff.
Well, maybe you're right. That dirty, sneaking little rat. All my life, Hugo Barnstead has stuck his nose around. I'll get even one of these days.
Sure, and he'll deserve it, too.
Sing me a song, Snappy.
Yeah, sad music or comic?
Better make it sad and soothing.
Sad, all right. You know, I always cry when I sing this one. Goodbye, little girl, goodbye.
Why is the trouble with the
cry,
girls of
little
today?
girl,
They
don't
should be home
cry.
with their mothers.
In
my uniform of blue, I'll come marching back to you. Well, answer that, Snappy. Yeah. Tell him the doctor's out of town.
Hello, the doctor's out of town. Did you get that, Biff? Snappy Downer himself, yes, sir.
Dirty, sneaking little rat.
Huh?
Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, yeah. You know, you should have married Virginia, Biff.
I know it.
Say, what is this? Hello? Say, didn't I just tell you that... Who? Oh, hello, Dick. Yeah, this is Snappy. Oh, yeah? Yeah, wait a minute. It's Dick Martin from the hotel. Man over there got a toothache.
Yeah, give me the phone. Hello, Dick. Yeah, it is Biff. No, it's Sunday. I never work on Sunday. Besides, Amy and I are going out for a little walk. Huh? I don't care if he's important. Biff Grimes important, too. Bank president, who cares? Hey, what? What names you say?
Hey, Snappy, yeah? It's Hugo Barnstead. No.
Oh, hello, Dick. Yeah, I'll see him. Send him right over. Hugo Barnstead. You speak of a skunk and he sticks his nose around.
Yeah, you going to pull his tooth for him?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Hugo Barnstead coming to good old Biff Grimes to have his tooth pulled. He picked a good place to come to, didn't he? Yeah, a swell place.
Now, Biff, you be careful.
Sure.
Yeah, don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
Don't worry about me. Biff Grimes is never sorry for anything. Come in.
You the dentist here?
Yeah, that's right. Have a seat, Hugo.
What's that? Biff Grimes. Well, I had no idea you would ever... So you did become a dentist?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Hugo.
Yes, must be 25 years. Let's see. Last time I saw you was when you had that trouble at the factory.
Yeah.
How are you, Snappy?
Hiya. Sit down in the chair, Hugo.
Yeah, got an awful toothache. Look, right here, hey? Hurts like the deuce. Wanted to wait till I got over to Oakley, but Virginia, she's with me, said to have it out now. She's coming up here in a little while.
Oh, that's so good.
Don't like toothaches. Terrible things. Had 'em all my life. You won't hurt, will you, Biff?
You won't feel it.
I want gas.
You'll get gas.
No.
My assistant, Miss Robertson, is off today, so Snappy down, you'll have to take her place.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Biff.
Come over here.
Oh, now, Biff.
Hand me that nose piece.
Huh?
For the gas, come on.
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
All right, now, Hugo. Inhale. Deep. Deep as you can. Fill up your lungs. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
He's going under, Biff.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Biff Grimes?
What's that?
You and me. Avery Amusement Park. Virginia.
Inhale, Hugo.
You thought you were going to marry Virginia. But I fooled you. I fooled you. I fooled you, Biff Grimes.
He's out. Hugo Barnstead. I've got you right where I want you, you crawling little rat. Oh, I've been waiting for this chance. Get away from that gas tank, Snappy.
Biff, what are you doing?
He asked for gas, didn't he? Well, he's going to get it. Plenty of it.
Oh, Biff, you can't do this. You can't do this.
Shut up. Breathe, Hugo. Breathe in deep. Avery Amusement Park. 25 years ago. Avery Park. Amy and Virginia. We used to go over there. I can close my eyes and see it now. Avery
Biff? Hey, Biff Grimes.
Hello, Hugo.
Say, I've been looking all over for you. You're late.
The girls are waiting?
I don't know. I haven't seen them yet.
Why are we supposed to meet them? Oak Street Empress, wasn't it?
Yeah, come on.
Hey, who are they anyway, Hugo? You know Biff Grimes is pretty particular about the girls.
Well, I only know one of them. Name's Virginia. Said she'd bring a friend.
Is she a good looker?
Ooh, Virginia is. I don't know about the friend.
Well, won't do any harm to take a look. But if they don't suit me, Hugo, you know Biff Grimes, 23 Skidoo.
Goodness sake, sit still. What are you fidgeting around for?
Oh, Virginia, I'm scared.
Of what?
Well, I never met a boy like this, that is, without a proper introduction.
Well, Hugo Barnstead will introduce you to him.
Do you suppose he's a nice-looking fellow?
Oh, of course he is.
And do you think he'll like my new dress?
I know he will.
And do you think he'll like me?
He'll fall in love with you the minute he sees you.
Virginia, you stop that. Don't you talk like that.
Well, he might. You can't tell. And you might fall in love with him.
Oh, Virginia, I'd die.
Tell the truth, Amy. Weren't you ever in love with a boy?
Oh, Virginia.
Oh, you can tell me. I won't tell anybody.
Well, I thought I was once. I don't know.
Well?
Well, when I was very young, of course, that's a long time ago, you understand. It was in school.
Mm-hmm.
There was a boy. I don't know. He never even looked at me, but... Virginia, did you ever have a feeling in your heart? Something that you feel is going to happen, and it doesn't? That's the way my heart was. This boy always seemed lonely somehow. Everybody had it in for him, even the teachers. They called him a bully, but I know he wasn't. I saw him do a lot of good things. When the big boys picked on the smaller ones, he helped the little fellows out. I know he had a lot of good news. Good that nobody else could see.
Who was this boy?
Oh, you wouldn't know him.
Well, I might. Who was it?
Biff Grimes.
Biff Grimes? You mean that big bully that hangs around Larson's drugstore?
Yes.
Why, Amy, he's terrible. The reputation... Amy, I'd be ashamed to mention his name. I heard that he drinks and smokes cigarettes.
Well, of course, that was a long time ago. Oh, shucks, I'm all over it now. He doesn't even know I'm alive.
Amy.
What?
They're coming.
Oh, dear.
Look, that's Hugo Barnstead, the fellow with the orange tie. And the other fellow... Amy.
Oh, dear.
It's Biff Grimes.
Oh, yes, it is, isn't it? Oh, Virginia, I think I'd better go.
No, just sit down. Now, just pretend you don't see them. And that'll show them that we're good girls and that they can't trifle with us.
There they are, Biff. I see them.
Swell, huh, Biff?
Hey, pretty swell, Hugo. Say, I've seen her around town. What's the one you got picked up for me?
The little one on the left.
Oh, nothing doing. I know that scrawny little thing. We used to go to school together. Amy something or other.
She ain't so bad.
I'm telling you, she's skidoo. You can't pick anything better than that. Well, Biff Grimes will do his own picking.
Wait a minute, Biff.
I picked the other one.
Oh, but that ain't fair.
23. Everything is fair to Biff Grimes. Say, I've always wanted to meet her, though. She's all the fudge.
Oh, gee, Biff. All right. We'll fix it.
Well, say something.
Well, all right. Oh, hello, girls.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Nice afternoon.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, say something. They don't care about the weather. They want to meet me.
Well, I see you got over here.
That's right.
And you brought your girlfriend along.
Yes.
Well, I brought my boyfriend, too. How do you like him?
Hi, girls. Introduce me.
I'd like to introduce my boyfriend.
Surely you don't.
This is Biff Grimes.
Hi, girls. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
How do you do?
Now, let me see. Your name is Miss Virginia, ain't it?
How did you know my name was Virginia?
Oh, I found out. And, what's your girlfriend's name?
Oh, excuse me. This is Miss Lind, Amy Lind. This is Mr. What did you say your last name was?
Farnstead.
Oh, of course. Hugo Barnstead.
My name is Grimes, Biff Grimes, chicken inspector.
Miss Lind, this is Mr. Grimes.
No, Mr. Little Girl, just Biff.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm swell. Say, I used to know you, didn't I?
Yes, we went to school together.
That's right. You sure was a funny little thing then, wasn't you?
Oh, was I?
You bet you was. Remember that day I slept at the principal and almost got a licking and you helped me out? I never got a chance to thank you.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, anyway, thanks. Even if you was funny looking, you wasn't bad at heart.
Well, I always liked you, Biff.
Amy.
Oh, I guess I shouldn't have said that.
Well, you could have waited.
I'm sorry, Biff.
Oh, that's all right. I guess all the gals in them days was kind of stuck on me. Ishkabibble, ishkabibble.
Well, how would you girls like to take a little walk?
Oh, why, yes.
We'll take a little walk.
I guess an ice cream soda wouldn't go bad either, eh?
Would you like an ice cream soda, Amy?
I like a college ice.
Say, Goldstein's got something new. I tried it out last night. She'll rave about it. He says New York's going wild over it.
Yes?
You know when New York goes wild over anything, it must be good.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it, Biff?
Well, he spreads nuts all over the ice cream.
I never heard of that before. Did you, Amy?
No.
Say, that guy ain't dead. Biff Grimes never lets the grass grow under his feet, neither. New York style, that's me big stuff every time.
Yeah,
You know something, little girl? Virginia, that's the name, ain't it? Well, you know where they got that name from?
This is...
State of Virginia. Yes, sir. That's where Abraham Lincoln was born.
Oh,
I guess you didn't know that, did you? Ah, very few people do. Yes, indeed it is. You know, it's too bad I haven't met you before, Virginia.
But...
Biff Grimes thinks that you're one of the nicest little gals he ever met.
Biff,
I'll
hey,
say,
Biff,
oh,
Biff.
boy, hey, kid.
Listen, Miss Virginia's supposed to...
All right, never mind, my boy. Everything's going to be all right. Virginia and me's getting along fine. Yes, sir, fine. How about that, eh, Virginia? Well, let's go. Goldstein's drugstore. You can take the little one, Hugo.
Sure, Biff. My arm, Miss Virginia.
Hey, I said...
Thank you, Mr. Barnstead. I'd love to go with you.
Say, I meant for you to...
You know, Virginia, I've wanted to take you to Goldstein's for a long time now.
Oh, Mr. Barnstead.
Why, the lowdown right out from under my nose.
Oh, Mr. Grimes.
Huh? What?
I don't mind if you take me, Mr. Grimes.
Well, all right, Rudd. Come on, let's get it going.
Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees will be back with you in a minute. But in that minute, we're going out near Santa Monica, where they're shooting Ladies in Love on the 20th Century Fox lot. You'll overhear what two extra girls are saying about their friend Dot.
Search me, what's the matter? Do I know why they don't want to ask Dot? She's your roommate. You ought to know why the boys don't like to take her out.
I can't think of a thing that's wrong with her, except maybe her complexion.
Well, isn't that enough? Boy, if my complexion were bad, I wouldn't expect to keep my job, even if I am only an extra, much less get dates.
Dot's awful careless, really. She thinks she can dab rouge and powder on her face day after day and let them stay there. And she can't. Not and keep a good complexion.
Why don't you tell her? Break down and buy her a cake of Lux toilet soap. She's probably getting cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin comes on so gradually, it's hard to tell you're taking chances. That's why it's smart to guard against it. To use Lux toilet soap regularly before you put on fresh makeup and always before you go to bed. Keep on using rouge and powder as much as you like. Lux toilet soap has an active lather that goes deep down into your pores and removes every trace of dust and dirt and stale cosmetics. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap to keep skin lovely. It's good for your skin, too. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our play One Sunday Afternoon, starring Jack Oakey as Dr. Biff Grimes and featuring Helen Twelvetrees as Amy. We are back in the present day, in Biff Grimes' office. Hugo Bonstead lies unconscious in the dentist's chair with the gas filling his lungs. Biff stands over him, a dull look in his eyes, as his mind flashes back to the days of their youth. Snappy Downer, his face contorted with fear, tries vainly to shut off the gas.
Biff, let me turn off that gas.
Get away.
But you can't do this, Buff. You can't do it.
Yeah, he took her away from me, didn't he? He took Virginia away from me. That night in Snyder's beer garden.
But that was 25 years ago. You can't do it.
Yeah, 25 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday. Snyder's beer garden. I was there with Virginia.
Oh, Biff, listen.
Yeah, with Virginia. I can even hear the music. Snyder's beer garden.
Mrs. Oberstädter! Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Oberstädter! Oh, big A! You see the fight? Fight? Yes, over by the bowling alleys. That Biff Grimes boy has won. Oh, such a bully. Such a loafer. Always he has to spoil a good time by punching. Oh, sure.
I suppose you heard that.
Oh, heard what?
Mrs. Oberstadt and Mrs. Schutzendorf, didn't you hear what they said about you?
Ah, that don't worry me.
Well, it does me. Biff Grimes, I want to tell you something. I'm a respectable girl, and I'm not in the habit of going with people that want to drink and fight.
I didn't start the fight, did I?
Yes, you did.
I did not. You think I'm going to stand by and take an insult?
Oh, that boy didn't say anything.
He did, too. I know what he said. When Biff Grimes takes his girl out, nobody's going to pass a remark.
Aren't you a gentleman enough to ignore it?
No, I'm gentleman enough to take a slap at his nose.
Well, if you ever do it again, I'll walk away from you.
Well, all right. I'm sorry I did it, Virginia. I've hurt your feelings. I'm sorry about that, too. I guess I was just jealous.
Well, I don't see why you should get jealous over me.
Well, I can't help it. See, ever since that day I first met you in Avery's Park, I've cared about you. Well, you know that, Virginia.
Why don't you go with those other girls that you like to talk about?
Because I want you.
Amy Lind likes you.
I don't care anything about her. You're the only one I want to... Virginia, listen, whenever I'm near you, I just seem to forget everything.
Oh, don't be foolish.
I'm not. Can't help it. Say, by the way, they're running an excursion down elections next Sunday. Well, maybe you'd like to go.
I'm going to be busy next Sunday. I have an important engagement.
Is it more important than I am?
I should say it is.
I thought I was your steady.
You've got another thought coming.
Want to meet Hugo Barnstead?
Suppose I am.
That's who it is. Hugo Barnstead. You can't fool me, Virginia. You've been meeting him all the time.
Well, suppose I have.
Well, I won't stand for it.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, he better keep away from me, that's all. I don't like him. I never did like him. He's a sneak. And the next time I see him, I'm going to tell him what I think.
Listen to the little boy talk. I thought you were a big man, Mr. Grimes. To hear you talk, one would think you owned the world. I've heard of the great things you're going to do. So far, I haven't seen anything.
Well, ain't I... Ain't I studying hard to be a dentist?
A dentist?
Yes, a dentist. Only got 4 more years to go. When I get through, I'm going to put up a big dentist shop right in this town.
I'm not in the least interested.
Well, you will be when you see my name hanging out in front. I'm going to have a big gold sign painted. Biff Grimes, painless dentist.
Yoo-hoo, Virginia. Oh, there's Amy. And Hugo Barnstead.
Oh, what's he doing here?
Hello, Virginia.
Hello, Amy. Hello, Hugo.
Hello, Virginia.
We've been looking all over for you, Virginia.
We were looking for you.
Hello, Biff.
Hello.
Hello, Biff.
Yeah.
Well, come on, sit down.
Called your house, but your mother said you was out.
So you brought Amy.
Yes, and we've been on the loop-de-loop 3 times.
Yeah, we went through the tunnel twice.
Did you kiss her in the dark?
Of course he didn't kiss me. Are you having a good time, Biff?
Yeah, swell.
Oh, Biff, I hear you was in a fight.
Well?
With Andy Mullen, is that right?
What about it?
Nothing. Only I just saw him outside and he was... Here he is now, coming in the door.
Yeah, I see him. Got his pal with him, too, ain't he?
I think we better go.
Oh, don't get excited. I ain't going to start nothing.
There he is, Andy, over there.
Yeah, hiding behind the skirt.
Biff, sit down.
Oh, we'll just walk out. I ain't going to fight.
Yeah, funny how a cute little girl takes up with such rough people.
Yeah, ain't it?
Yeah, you'd think she'd pick up somebody that was decent.
Wait a
Come on, Amy.
Which girl was you talking about?
Why, the swell-looking one. Ain't she some cutie, huh?
She's good enough for me. Hiya, cutie. How about a little stroll down by the lake?
Shut up, you rat.
We ain't going to get any fight.
Listen, you. That last remark.
Yeah, what about it?
But I don't like it.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
This. Now, try and get up. Just try.
So you fight in my place, yeah? House with them. Come on, boys. Think about it, yeah? House with
Get
them,
back, you guys. You lay a hand on me and I'll drop you alongside of this mug here. I'll get out of here by myself, see? And I don't need any help. Come on, Virginia.
No. I never want to see you again, Biff, right? I hate you. You're a bully. A big bully.
All right. I'll see you over in Avery's Park Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock.
I won't be there.
Avery's Park at 8. Come on, you guys. Break it up. Let me out of here.
Well, I guess she isn't coming after all, Biff.
I don't see her. Guess she saw at me. Gee, can you imagine sore because I was protecting her good name? That's all I was doing.
Of course, Biff.
Any girl would have been proud to have a man protect her good name. You understand that, don't you, Amy?
Of course I do, Biff. Haven't you seen her at all?
Not since that night.
And you were to meet her here.
8 o'clock.
It's after 9 now.
That's right.
That's too bad.
Don't I know it?
If I ask you something, Biff, will you tell me?
Sure, what is it?
Do you love Virginia?
Well,
You don't have to tell me unless you want to.
yes, I do love her. I guess maybe I got a little too crazy about her. She somehow was my ideal. You know, every fella has an ideal. Somebody he cares for, and when he cares for that somebody, well, nothing else matters. It's a sort of an ingrown pain. It starts in the pit of your stomach and works right up to your neck. Well, that's the way I felt towards Virginia.
I see. Of course, you told her that you loved her.
Lots of times. She always laughed at me. You know, there's nothing sincere about Virginia. At heart, she's a teaser. That's what rouses the old devil in me.
I understand, Biff.
Do you? You know, Amy, I like to talk to you. Somehow, well, I don't know. Virginia never could sit down and talk the way we've been talking. I like it. How'd you happen to come over here tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I just came over.
Did you have a date?
No,
You sure?
I haven't got a beau.
Funny. I thought you and Hugo Barnstead was keeping company.
Hugo Barnstead? Oh, no. He just took me out once. He doesn't care anything about me.
Well, he's an awful mug. I don't see what any girl can see in him. You know, I wonder if Virginia...
What?
Oh, nothing. It's funny, ain't it?
What is?
Oh, sitting here talking like this.
Don't you like it?
I sure do. I've always wanted to talk to somebody like this. See, over at our house, there's nobody but the old man and the kid brothers, and Pop don't work much, so I gotta go out and do the hustling. By the way, I'm starting next week at the Phoenix Box Factory. Of course, most of that money's going to help me through that dental school. I'm studying to be a dentist, you know.
Are you, Biff?
Yeah, I'm going to be the swellest little molar extractor in Oakley.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Of course, that's just the start. Someday, you know, I expect to be mayor of this town.
Oh, gee, Biff.
Yeah, that's going to make Virginia proud of me. Yes, sirree.
Oh, yes.
Hi, Amy. Hello, Biff.
Oh, hello, Snappy. What are you doing over here?
Oh, nothing. Just out for a little walk. Me and Gladys. She's my steady.
Hush your mouth, steady.
Say, I guess you heard the news, hey, Biff?
What news?
Well, ain't you heard about Virginia?
Well, what about Virginia?
She got married this afternoon at 4 o'clock.
Did she?
Yeah, I thought you knew. You was going with her.
Yeah, say, it seems I did hear something about that.
Guess you know who she married, don't you?
Who?
Hugo Barnstead.
Hugo Barnes?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Well, I certainly worked hard to fix it up for that boy.
Well, I thought she was your steady.
Virginia? No, she's just a nice little girl, that's all. Well, I guess everybody around here thought I was kind of stuck on her, but I wasn't. I was just one of my little jokes. So, Snappy, when you see the gang, you just say Biff Grimes is leading his own life and he's doing fine.
Sure. Say, I saw Hugo this afternoon. He's going to work for his uncle in the box factory. Got a swell job. He and the happy bride leaving on the midnight train. Say, we're going to throw rice and everything.
That's good. That's swell.
Well, I guess we're running along.
All right, Snappy.
See you later, Biff. Come on, Gladys, come on.
Biff, listen.
Yeah?
I know, Biff. It hurts, doesn't it?
I guess it does.
Sure it does. Your heart feels like it was all cut open and bruised. I know.
Do you, Amy?
Yes.
Oh, when he climbs in that train, I hope he breaks his leg.
Biff, you mustn't say that. It isn't...
Well, I can't help it.
You mustn't. Say you're sorry, please.
Oh, all right, I'm sorry. See, you know, Amy, you're the first person that ever made me take back anything. I kind of feel, well, I don't know, I'm just glad I know you, that's all, Amy. If I ask you something, you won't mind, will you?
What is it?
Can I be your steady?
Oh, do you want to?
Sure.
All right, Biff.
Oh, that'll be swell, Amy.
But, Biff, you aren't saying this just because she...
What?
Oh, never mind. I don't care anyway. I'm awfully fond of you, Biff. I've always been. Biff, are you happy?
You bet I am.
Really?
Of course, why wouldn't I be?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm happy, Biff. I'm awfully happy.
Come in. Oh, come in, Biff. Sit down.
You want to see me, Hugo?
I wouldn't have sent for you if I hadn't, old man. You know, I haven't seen much lately of you, Biff.
I've been busy.
Still studying to be a dentist, huh?
Yep, every night.
You're not letting that interfere with your job down here at the factory, are you?
Why should it interfere?
You're not studying on our time.
I told you I was studying nights.
All right. Now, don't get sore. You know, I'm in a pretty important position running this plant, and I got to make sure my employees do their jobs.
All right. What's it you want to see me about?
Biff, how long you and Amy been married now?
About 2 years.
That's right. You got married just a little while after me in Virginia, didn't you?
That's right.
Seen Virginia lately?
Oh, I met her a couple of times on the street.
Looking pretty swell, ain't she? Great girl, Virginia. Finest little woman in the world. I only said...
Listen, Hugo, that cut machine out there's being overhauled. I got to go see...
Sit down. I won't keep you long.
Well, what is it?
Biff, my uncle isn't satisfied with the way things are going down here. We're not making enough money.
No?
No, he expects me to double the output and cut down the expenses. So you see, Biff, I got a scheme a bit.
Uh-huh.
Maybe you can help me. I may be able to do something for you a little later.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, I mean it. I'd be glad to do something for you and Amy.
You better let me worry about Amy, Hugo.
Oh, come on now. Forget your pride. You work along with me, and I think I can show you how to make some more money.
Now, let's get on to the point. What do you want?
Well, my uncle informs me that there are too many men laying off sick. At least that's what they say, and I'm going to put a stop to it. The Phoenix Box Factory is paying its help to work, not to be sick.
I found the men good workers.
Well, they're not. Now, what I have in mind is I'd like to have you mingled with the men. You can keep your eyes open and kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, I do my own work. I don't notice the others.
But you could begin to notice them. Some of them are on the job, I suppose, but others ain't. I want you to report those fellas to me. Now, who would you suggest I get rid of?
You mean get fired?
Yeah.
Oh, spy work, eh?
Oh, I wouldn't call it that.
Well, I would. If you think you can make a sneak out of me, you're crazy. I'm not doing anybody's dirty work, you understand?
Still the same old Biff Grimes, ain't you? Always looking for trouble.
No, I ain't looking for trouble.
Yes, you are, but don't forget this. The Phoenix Box Factory pays you your living, and you'll do as I want to get out.
All right, I'll get out.
Who's there?
Evening, Hugo. Working late, ain't you?
How you doing here? You know that employees ain't allowed in the factory at night.
You're forgetting I'm not an employee any longer. You fired me this afternoon, you remember?
Get out of here.
Oh, no. I got something coming to me, and I want it. I want the 2-week salary you owe me.
You can see the cashier in the morning.
No, I can't. I saw him tonight, and he says that you told him not to give it to me.
Well, what of it?
I want that money, Hugo. It's coming to me, and I want it.
You don't get a nickel.
No? We'll see about that.
Put on that gun.
Now, listen, Hugo. Do I get that money, I'll blow you wide open.
Put on that gun.
Well?
Don't shoot.
That's right. Crawl.
Stop. Don't shoot.
Come on, crawl, you slivering rat.
Oh, don't.
Ah, Hugo Barnstead, get up on your feet. I wouldn't shoot you. You skunk, you ain't worth it.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, I'll get out of here. Sure. Before I do, I want you to stand up. Stand up nice and straight, Hugo, because you're going down again fast.
Where were you, Biff?
Huh? Oh, I was just taking a walk.
Where to?
Down the station.
Biff, you're worried about something.
Who, me?
Is everything going all right at the factory?
Well, sure. Well, what makes you say that?
Oh, who could that be?
That's right. I'll answer it, honey.
All right. I better go fix up a little. It might be company.
Well, hello, Charlie. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Biff.
What you fellas doing here?
Official business, Biff. The chief wants to see you down at headquarters.
Headquarters? What are you doing, kidding?
Not so you could notice it. You took a punch at Hugo Bonstead, didn't you? It's assault and battery.
And you tried to hold up the place.
I didn't.
You had a gun, didn't you? Come on.
Wait a minute. Not so loud, will you? My wife's in there. Listen, I wasn't going to hold up anybody. I got fired today. Hugo wouldn't give me my dough. Was coming to me. I worked for it. I worked hard.
You know what it means to carry a gun in this town?
Oh, I just put it as a bluff. You fellas know me. You've known me for years. I wouldn't steal anything from anybody. I was desperate, that's all I tell you. I only wondered what was coming to me.
We got to arrest you, Biff.
Oh, give me a break, will you? Let me get out of here. I'll beat it out of town. Nobody'll know.
Sorry, Biff.
It's tough, but that's the way it goes.
Oh, it ain't myself I'm thinking of. I don't give a hoot about myself. It's Amy. Gee, fellas, listen. I'll kill her. Please, will you?
Sorry, Biff, we can't.
Come on.
Who is it, Biff?
Wait a second, fella. Yeah, why, sure. That's awful nice of you fellas to come, and I appreciate it.
Biff.
Oh, hello, Amy.
What's the matter?
Matter? Why, nothing. I was just telling Charlie, you know Charlie Brown and Matt Hughes here. You see, the police department's having a clam bake down at the casino Wednesday night, and, well, so they asked me to be on the committee, and I was just telling them.
Oh, that's awfully nice.
Yes, isn't it? That's awful nice, did you fellas say that you want me to come down there right now and arrange things?
Yeah, sure.
Well, all right. Let's go. I'll be back in a little while, honey. Just a little while.
All right, Biff.
Wait for me.
I'll wait.
All right, fellas. Let's go.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We resume the events of one Sunday afternoon shortly. Actresses usually climb to prominence on the screen, but tonight's guest reversed the order. She descended to stardom. I was directing a scene in Forbidden Fruit. The star, dressed in a glass costume, had to walk down a staircase also made of glass. But her dress was so rigid and the glass stairs so slippery that the star just, couldn't play the scene naturally. I asked if there wasn't someone who could walk downstairs. One of the minor players volunteered. She had been recommended to me as the most beautiful girl in America. So I let her compete with the star, and she won in a walk. The part in Forbidden Fruit opened the way for a role as Rudolph Valentino's leading woman, which brought her international fame and envy. She is as lovely now as she was when Valentino made his reputation as a great lover playing opposite her. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Agnes Ayres.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. But when you asked me to walk, you hit upon the one theatrical trick I had thoroughly learned. When I was 14 years old, I used to go to old S&A studio after school, watching them make movies. An old extra saw I was dying to act, and he spent days trying to teach me. His entire course consisted of showing me how to walk.
I'm glad he didn't teach you how to swim, or you'd never have given such a fine performance as the rescue scene in The Affairs of Anatole.
In order to make that scene, I had to be pushed off a bridge into a river. When I told Mr. DeMille I couldn't swim, he said, "That's just fine." And over I went into 18 feet of icy water.
It was a game performance, too. And must have convinced you that it was more enjoyable to work with Valentino than with DeMille.
Hardly so. It was my good fortune to play with Mr. Valentino in his two big hits, The Sheik and The Son of the Sheik. Valentino died just 10 years ago yesterday. Yet people still ask me if he would have starred in talkies the same as he did in silent pictures. I'm sure he would have. He had a slight accent, but it was far more charming than detrimental. He was also a fine singer.
And in selecting you, Valentino showed that he knew how to choose a leading lady. You're very lovely, Agnes.
And you're very diplomatic, Mr. DeMille. But I believe in taking as good care of myself as I possibly can. And I'm really glad to pass along the same advice that was given me as a child by my mother. She told me to always use the best soap I could find. For a while, I thought she meant the most expensive kind. But since then, I found the answer to be Lux Toilet Soap. In my home, 3 generations are using it. Myself, my mother, and my 10-year-old daughter, Maria, who someday may be in pictures herself. We all know there's nothing like Lux for smooth hands and a fine, clear skin. And that's probably why practically all Hollywood stars use it.
I understand you're planning to return to pictures, Agnes. I know our audience joins me in wishing you all the success in the world.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, again. I've been in a great many pictures, but to tell the truth, I've never given a performance which has completely satisfied me. I want to return to fulfill that ambition. To prepare for this, I've been doing a lot of acting with stock companies lately. And to all young men and young women who hope to reach Hollywood, my suggestion is to first get as much stage training as possible. Good night.
Good night, Agnes. And now we bring you the last part of One Sunday Afternoon, with Jack Oakey as Dr. Biff Grimes and Helen Twelvetrees as Amy. Our time is again the present. Hugo Bonstead is still lying unconscious in the dentist's chair, inhaling the gas. Snappy Downer pleads desperately with Biff, who stands over his patient, holding the nosepiece tightly in place.
Biff, you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna kill him. He took Virginia away from me. He sent me to jail. 2 years they give me. 2 whole years.
But you can't kill a man for that. They'll hang you, Biff.
He took Virginia away from me. Avery Park. Amy was waiting for me there when I got out. I can see her now. She was sitting on a bench. I was coming along the path.
Biff, listen to me. Listen to me.
Avery Park. Avery Park. Long time ago. Hello, Amy.
Biff.
Yep, it's me. Just going over to the house. I dropped off the junction. I could have made the 5:45, but I didn't want anybody at the station to see me.
I know.
Oh, something told me you'd be here. I don't know, just something.
When did you get out, Biff?
12 o'clock. Gee, the warden was a prince of a chap. Shook hands with me, and You glad to see me, Amy?
You know I am, Biff.
Gee, it feels good to see you. Sure feels good to be back. 2 years. Gosh, seem more like 10.
Biff, I'm so glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, honey. Guess I'd have been all shot to pieces if I hadn't gotten your letters. The thought of you waiting and... Well, I just somehow...
It's all right, Biff.
Oh, I knew you'd be waiting over here. Amy, I want to thank you for all your kindness, all your goodness.
That's all right, Biff.
You know, I learned a lot since I've been away. I'm going to make a new start, begin all over again. I want to be somebody because I've got to.
I know how you feel, Biff.
Sure, you always knew. But, honey, I'm not so sure we can begin again in this town. We may have to move away for a while.
All right, Biff.
All right with you?
Wherever you go, Biff, I'll go.
There's something big coming up for Biff Grimes and his wife. I can feel it in my bones. Biff Grimes is going to be Biff Grimes, yes, sir. There ain't going to be nothing too good for Biff Grimes and his family. You want to go home, honey?
Yes.
All right. Gee, I love you, Amy. I think you're the loveliest lady in the world. I love your hair, your eyes, and your mouth.
I love you too, Biff.
Look at that old sky up there. Must be a million stars out tonight, huh? Moon's full up.
Yes.
It's spraying, too. Let's walk home, huh? Avery Park. Avery Park.
Biff, don't do it. Turn off that gas, Biff.
He took her away from me, didn't he? He took Virginia away from me. It was 25 years ago, but I never forgot it.
Biff, listen. There's somebody outside door, Biff. Do you hear it? Somebody's there, Biff. All right. Shut up. Hey, turn off the gas.
Well, if it ain't my old-time sweetheart himself.
Huh?
Wonder you wouldn't open the door for a lady.
Who are you?
Well, now don't tell me I've changed that much. Don't you know me?
Virginia.
Well, what's eating you, Biff? What are you staring at?
Well, nothing. Well, how are you, Virginia?
I'm swell. How are you, Snappy?
Me? Oh, I'm all right. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Virginia.
Yeah, I kind of filled out since then, eh? Say, remember the bologna you used to hand me? Remember Schneider's beer garden? Funny, but the world does move.
Yeah, doesn't it?
And here you are, the dentist of Hillsdale. Say, have you pulled old Goofy Jake's tooth yet?
What? Oh, no, I haven't pulled it yet. Wait just a minute. It won't take long.
Don't rush for me. The longer that goof stays unconscious, the better I'll like it.
There we are. It's out. Oh, I guess I better use the oxygen tank on him.
Say, do me a favor, will you, and put him out of his misery? That ain't a bad way to pass out.
Hugo.
What's the matter with him, Biff? Why don't he wake up?
Hugo.
Oh, let him alone. He's half dead anyway.
Hugo. You all right? Hugo.
Biff? You're a fool, Biff.
Oh, you all right, Hugo? Oh, here. Let's take some water. You feel better?
Yes, but oh, what an awful chase. You here, Virginia?
Yes, nature's child. Did you think you was going to crash the pearly gates?
Oh, now, Virgie, don't talk that way. Are you ready?
Yes, sweetheart. And I suppose I'll have to drive the rest of the afternoon.
Look, Virginia, can you see it? Now, my dentist in Pittsburgh told me, remember that time I had those 7 teeth?
Listen, you. For 25 years, I've heard nothing but your teeth. It's been teeth in the morning, teeth in the afternoon, and teeth at night.
Oh, now, Virgie.
Don't Virgie me. If I hear any more squawks out of you, I'll perform the operation myself, and you won't have gas.
Biff, how much do I owe you?
Nothing.
What's that?
I said nothing. In fact, I think I kind of owe you something, though.
Huh?
Yeah. Owe you a lot, Hugo. Thanks.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's all right. Forget it.
Say, by the way, Biff, how's your wife?
Oh, she's fine.
Still married, eh?
Yeah, Mrs. Grimes is still Mrs. Grimes.
How has she stood it? You'll never know what I've suffered married to this death house buzzard.
Oh, now, Virgie, I'm a good man.
Yeah, good for what?
Well, I'm going home, Biff. I don't feel so good. So long, folks.
Say, that guy looks about 3 steps ahead of the Undertaker.
Yes. Sorry we can't stay to see your wife, Biff.
Oh, yeah. She'll be sorry to see her. Well, you better leave now. Good afternoon. It's that way over there. That's the way out.
What? Oh, thanks.
So long, Biff. You know, Virginia, I'm going to write my dentist in Pittsburgh.
Oh, shut up. You and your dentist in Pittsburgh.
And I almost killed him for taking it away from me.
Biff.
Amy, come here.
For heaven's sakes, Biff Grimes, if you don't stop making that noise.
Listen, Amy, I got something to tell you.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself raising all this racket.
Yes, ma'am, I am ashamed of myself.
Where's Snappy?
Oh, he left.
Well, I'm glad. I don't mind him coming over here, but you make such fools of yourselves.
Yes, ma'am, we certainly do.
Well, you ready to go out?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, get your hat, Sunday afternoon, and everybody else.
Amy.
What's the matter, Biff?
Do you know that you're a very sweet and beautiful girl? And that I love you?
I love you, too, Biff.
And that new car you wanted? Say, you're going to get a better one. Tomorrow you're going to get the finest car in Hillsdale.
Oh, our old car's getting terrible.
Why, I wouldn't let you be seen in it. Say, there's a brand new taxi stand across the street. Let's see if it's still there. Well, there he is. Hey, taxi! Go up to the front door and wait there. Biff Grimes and his Fitzgerald are going out for a ride.
Biff.
Come on, honey. Up you go.
Biff, put me down. What will the neighbors say?
Just what I do. That Biff Grimes has got the swellest looking gun in this town.
Play's the thing, but not the only thing, because we're going to hear further from Jack Oakey and Helen Twelvetrees a little later. When you see Jack Oakey clowning on the screen, it's hard to realize that he's the son of a school teacher who had hopes of his becoming a preacher. Jack's mother was formerly principal of the Sedalia Public School, head of the psychology department at the Scudder School, and an instructor at Columbia University. She came to Hollywood with Jack nearly 10 years ago and has always been his favorite companion. One of Hollywood's most typical mothers, she is certainly most popular among young stars. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Evelyn Arfield.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've practiced this 40 times. Being a mother in Hollywood is no different than being a mother anywhere else. Children need a parent's help, advice, and sympathy, just as much here as in your own hometown. As a teacher and mother, I'd like to give this little message to all young parents. You are the best instructor your child will ever have. The training you give him now will show its after effects when you're gone. It's a job you'll never finish. But no job in the world will bring you greater happiness. Still, there are times when a mother should stand aside and not be a hindrance, particularly in choosing a career. Let your son and daughter be what they want to be.
Well, apparently you had no objection to Jack going on the stage.
Well, when he told me he wanted to be a hoofer, I didn't know what he meant. I just told him to go ahead.
And he took your advice literally. He's gone ahead, right to the top. But I hope you're not going to tell us that Jack was a model boy. Now, that would be pretty hard to believe.
Oh, he embarrassed me more than once. But he was always generous. If he'd find some frogs or toads, he'd come right home and divide them with me. Maybe that's the reason the girls have always liked Jack. Now I'm his mother, but even I admit that he's not what you would call handsome.
He inherited your sense of humor. He should have taken some of your good looks.
Oh, I'm just an old schoolmarm, Mr. DeMille. But there's one lesson I'm still teaching, and that's the advantage of using such a fine soap as Lux. I've used it every day for the last 10 years. Why, if I were as young as my complexion, I'd ask you for the next rumba.
If I were as young as you act, I'd accept.
I acted only once. That was in the movie Too Much Harmony that starred Bing Crosby. But even though I'm 68 years old, there's a lot of life in the old girl yet.
What's your next picture going to be? Life Begins at 68?
No, one picture was enough. I just wanted to prove to Jack that he isn't the only actor in the family. Good night.
Good night, Ma. She's killing the people. Well, what do we do now, Mr. DeMille?
Well, if you'll sit down for just a moment, Jack, I intend to bring you and Helen Twelvetrees back to the microphone.
Oh, don't bother. I'm here already. I tell you, I'll introduce Helen for you myself, and maybe my mo over there will think I'm the producer.
Maybe.
Glad to help out. Well, folks, here she is. Miss Helen Twelvetrees, an orchard to you.
Thank you, Jack. Mr. DeMille, I think you're right. Jack should stop being a comedian.
Yes, particularly after that introduction. His plunge, our punishment.
Now, how can I be serious? Every time I get set to be dramatic, people take one look and begin laughing. Listen, I've even grown a mustache to look more distinguished, and now the people laugh louder.
Then why don't you take it off?
What, make a fool out of Gable? Now, folks, you take Helen here, for example. I ask her what makes her so gorgeous, and she tells me Lux toilet soap, just like my mother.
Well, have you tried it?
Tried it, say. I wash 20 times a day with that soap. I even clean my teeth with it. Look. Funny?
Well, I think so much of Lux toilet soap that I'm never without it. You know, when I went to Australia, I took loads of it along in my trunk. But I found I didn't have to. They use it on the other side of the world as much as they do here.
You know, Jack was out of Lux, Helen, when he tried to get into the crusade. He rode up to the set in a full suit of armor and insisted on playing the love scenes with Loretta Young.
I thought that was Henry Wilcoxon's job.
Well, everybody but Jack was under the same impression.
Yes, sir, there wasn't a niftiest suit of armor that ever came out of a blacksmith shop. And DeMille here spoils me. All he said was throw some sardines in that can and get it out of here. Now he's making another picture, The Plainsman. I knew he was dying to have me play the lead, Helen, but he's too proud to ask me. So what did he get? He got a tuba player. You know that big, tall guy. What's his name?
Gary Cooper?
Gary Copper. That's the fella. A newcomer. So I made a picture called The Texas Rangers. I'm not only a cowboy, but I sing a song as well. I sing it for you, Helen, but I don't want to make Mr. DeMille feel bad.
Well, it's very kind of you, Jack, and besides, it's getting a little late.
Well, since you insist, Mr. DeMille, my friend, I'll be a sport. Folks, you're about to hear Bing Okie, the Oklahoma groaner. In that touching old cowboy lament, I can't play the banjo with Susanna on my knee.
Bing Crosby's just sailed for Honolulu, probably to avoid hearing this. All right, Jack, go ahead.
Heckler. I got an orchestra out on the Lone Prairie. That is the place for me since I met my gal. When it comes to cowboy music, there's no one can play like me. But I can play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. I can whistle Yankee Doodle, I can sing Mother McCree. But I can't play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. I thought that I would make a hit when I played William Tell. But when I beat my feet in time, she had a dizzy spell. I'd like to drop her on the floor, but that ain't chivalry. But I can't play my banjo with Susanna on my knee. You smell something burning?
Thank you, Mr. Okie and Miss Twelvetrees. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Our supporting cast tonight included Alan Hale as Hugo, Hal K. Dawson as Snappy, Inez Seabury as Virginia, Greta Myers, Justina Wayne, Frank Nelson, James Eagles, William Royal, and Mary Lou Fisher. Mr. Okie and Mr. DeMille appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, and Mr. Silver's 20th Century Fox, whose new picture, Girls' Dormitory, starring the French discovery Simon, was musically arranged by Mr. Silvers. Mr. Okie's song, I Can't Play the Banjo with Susanna on My Knee, is from the Texas Rangers. Next Monday night, another great show awaits you in the Lux Radio Theater. And here's Mr. DeMille to tell you about it.
George Raft was born in New York's most violent neighborhood, Hell's Kitchen. Perhaps that accounts for his marked ability to play the roles of those who live outside the law. We find him in such a part next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cheating Cheaters. Co-starring with George as the leader of a rival gang of jewel thieves is one of our most promising actresses, Miss June Lang. Produced on Broadway 20 years ago, Cheating Cheaters has been seen 3 different times in pictures. I believe you will find it just as thrilling on the air. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cheating Cheaters, starring George Raft with June Lang. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The selection, I Can't Play the Banjo with Susanna on My Knee, was used with the courtesy of Paramount Studios. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
NBC presents Short Story. Tonight, F. Scott Fitzgerald. He gave a label to an age. The Jazz Age, he called it. He wrote of cocktail parties and shattered nerves and the very rich. New York was his lost city, and Hollywood the last home he found. F. Scott Fitzgerald. Tonight, one of his best short stories, Crazy Sunday, which will begin immediately following this brief announcement from the United States Marine Corps. Men of the United States Marine Corps are often asked the question, what is it that makes Marines different? The answer is invariably it's the Marine training. Down through the years, the men responsible for training Marines have followed the simple philosophy that in order for a man to perform his duties well, he must understand the other man's job. Out of this understanding, smoothness and efficiency of operation result. When the new Marine enters the Corps, he is given intensive basic training. Because the Corps is a small, compact organization, men must be able to perform more than one type of duty. Therefore, a Marine is trained to perform many. This versatility and efficiency, coupled with the famous Marine esprit de corps, makes the United States Marine Corps what it is today, one of the finest military organizations in the world. Here now, Crazy Sunday by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Sunday in Hollywood. Not a day, rather a gap between two other days. Behind lay sets and sequences, long waits under the crane that swung the microphone, the struggle of rival ingenuities in the conference room, the ceaseless compromise, the strain of many personalities fighting for their lives. And now, Sunday, with individual life starting up again, with a feeling of hurry. It's not too late, but for Pete's sake, hurry, before the blessed 40 hours of leisure are over. Hello.
My car's broken. What are you doing?
Oh, hi, Nat. Probably sounds a little fancy, but I've been invited out to the Miles Kalmans.
Yeah?
Yeah, right out of the top drawer, kid.
Yeah. Only 2 writers have been invited. You and me. That's where I wanted you to drive me.
Oh, well, sure, Nat, you bet. Pick you up about 2:30. So you drive out Sunset, past the Strip, past the field where they grow poinsettias at Christmas, past the Beverly Hills Hotel. You turn right up Benedict Canyon and farther up Holly Hill Road, and the fresh wind that blows in your face is made of cool green leaves and cool green cash. You're on your way to a party at Miles Kalman's, and if you're Joel Coles, a young writer with your way to make in this town, you step on the gas.
What's your in with the Kalmans, Joel boy?
I'm working with Miles.
Like that, he says it.
Why, sure, they put me on the O'Neill thing.
Son, when you grow up a little around this town, you'll learn that one says, I'm working for Miles or under Miles, not with Miles. Miles works with nobody and for nobody. He's the only man in Hollywood can make that statement.
He's the only man in Hollywood can make those pictures.
You know the lovely Stella, I take it?
Knew her in New York before she married Miles.
And you know the lovely Eva Goebel?
I know of her. Why?
Oh, nothing.
All right, what do you mean, do I know Eva Goebel?
You'll find out before the afternoon's gone, kid. At least I think you will.
And there was Miles's house. Nothing but vistas, as somebody once said. A house built for great emotional moments, as somebody else once said. Soon in a far corner of a garden, I came face to face with Stella Kalman. Strands of red gold hair and strands of pale gold that couldn't be dyed. And no makeup. She was that good looking.
I saw you come in, Joel.
I didn't see you.
I was in an upstairs window.
Ah. Nice to be asked here.
Miles told me he was bringing you out from the east. He almost didn't when I said I knew you.
Oh?
A cocktail, sir?
What do you want, Joel?
Nothing, thank you.
You're not drinking?
Mm-mm.
Miles is always looking for the one writer who doesn't drink.
Oh, I know.
You'll go far out here, Joel.
Oh, Stella, you look about 16. Where's your kitty car?
You'll go very far, Joel. Come on inside. Do have a drink. Miles is in another wing.
Everybody's afraid out here, aren't they? Everybody watches for everybody else's blunders, though. Tries to make sure they're with people who'll do them credit. Oh, I don't mean in your house, of course. Hollywood generally.
I suppose that's true.
How's your little boy?
Wonderful. 3 months old today.
Well, you have to watch your step now.
I do.
After a pretty woman has her first child, she's very vulnerable. Wants to be reassured about her own charm. She's got to have some new man's unqualified devotion so that she knows she hasn't lost anything.
You read that someplace.
Ah.
Anyway, I never have anybody's unqualified devotion.
They're afraid of Miles.
You think so?
Sure. They don't understand him. I work with him every day, and sometimes I don't. A director who stands on his own feet, takes nothing from anybody, who's never made a cheap picture.
But some pretty expensive failures.
He's the greatest man in this town, Stella. There's nobody like him.
I know there's nobody like him. Come and see some people. I want you to meet my friend Eva Goebel, and Dietrich's here.
Is anybody who is anybody not here? I met the famous, and I lost Stella, and wandered around talking to people, drinking some more, looking at the party. It was good in this town, if there were ever time to enjoy it. The lovely girls and, well, the lovely girls. I listened to the voices of Hollywood.
Hey, Joel, what's with Miles?
How should I know?
He's not happy this afternoon.
What's the matter?
I asked you. He's moping in a dark corner.
Well, I think I'll look him up.
Interests me, you know, how a man whose instincts are so unerring about everything in the studio can be so hopelessly muddled in his personal life.
What kind of a fix have you got on Miles, Nat?
Just interests me, that's all. Suppose I'm jealous.
Miles?
Oh, come in, Joe.
Haven't had a chance to thank you for the invitation.
Nice to see you. Sorry I missed you at the office yesterday. I spent the afternoon with the analysts.
You're being analyzed?
For months. First I went for claustrophobia. Now I'm trying to get my whole life cleared up. Says it will take a year.
There's nothing the matter with your life.
No? Stella seems to think so. Ask anybody. They can tell you all about it.
Oh, I don't go in for it, Miles.
Good. Enjoying the party? Meeting the people you want to meet?
Mm-hmm. Stella's been very helpful.
She likes you. Have you met Eva Goebel?
Not today.
Oh. Guess she didn't come.
Her name was mentioned, though.
Yeah? Do something for me, Joel. Don't bring her name up to Stella.
Oh, I wouldn't.
There's been a bad time about that. Well, I suppose I should talk to some people. Hate them all today. Wish it were Monday.
Joe, are you having a good time?
Wonderful, Stella, wonderful. Let's go somewhere and be serious, huh?
I see you forgot your resolution about cocktails.
One too many, I think.
Let's not be serious. I want to be entertained. What can you do? Can you do card tricks? Juggle?
As a matter of fact, I have a little act.
You haven't.
Have? Wrote it myself. Very witty.
Really? Will you do it?
Certainly. Just because the last entertainer on your bill was the greatest comic in pictures means nothing to me. Make way for the amateur hour.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, this could be a very great mistake.
Do you need anything?
Someone has to be the secretary I'm supposed to be dictating to.
I'll be the secretary. Everybody, listen, everybody. Mr. Joel Coles is going to entertain us with a... What would you call it, Joel?
Oh, it's a monologue.
With a monologue. I'll sit here, Joel. Go ahead.
Yeah. Building it up. It's an impression of a of a certain independent producer dictating a storyline to his secretary. We got here a brilliant story of divorce, the younger generators, and the Foreign Legion. If it's terrific, it's absolutely super colossal, couldn't be better, but we got to build it up, you see. The hero is this young fellow who's run away to Africa at the age of 12. He's pulled himself up by his bootstraps. We could make him a manju type. Then we get a sort of a Michael Allen with a safari atmosphere, you see. And then, you see, he meets this tomato, you see, and pretty soon she feels this kind of a sex appeal for him. I got through it. And Stella never faltered. There were 2 snickers. And all those faces looking at me. Just looking. I never knew before how much professionals can hate amateurs. I got out as best I could and rode home, writhing in self-disgust, and ate no supper. And the next day, thank heaven, was Monday.
Joel? Hey, Joel.
Oh, hello, Nat.
On your way to the commissary? I haven't any lunch.
No, I don't go there anymore.
What are you slinking around about?
Oh, after that show I put on at Miles Kelman's, if I never have to look at anybody again, I'll be happy.
Go on, it wasn't that bad. I laughed twice.
I wrote Miles a note this morning apologizing. What he and Stella must think of me now.
Forget it. They're too busy thinking of each other.
Who booed? I was afraid to look.
Who else? The great lover of the screen. Manners like a goat.
I don't blame him. Anyway, I'm in permanent retirement.
Oh, cut it out. What do you care if that three-piece suit did boo? Don't you know about that guy? The night of one of his premieres at Grauman's, my pal Squires kicked his tail while he was bowing to the crowd.
Oh, no.
The ham said Squires would hear from him. Next morning, 8 o'clock, Squires called him up and said, I thought I was going to hear from you.
Huh?
The great lover hung up.
Thanks for the cheer, but I've still made my last social appearance in Hollywood. And I meant it. Until I got a wire from Stella Kelman inviting me to a party at her sister's house the following Sunday. Miles was there, tall, nervous, with the unhappiest eyes I had ever seen, talking desperately by the fireplace with a fading actress. Stella found me at the doorway.
Joel.
Oh, dear girl, thank you.
Oh, Joel, sit over here and talk to me.
I want to thank you for that lovely telegram of forgiveness. It was darn sweet. I never thought anyone as beautiful as you could be good-humored.
Good-humored? Oh, Joel, I'm so miserable. Everything's fallen to pieces, everything.
What are you talking about, Stella?
2 years. Miles has been carrying on this thing for 2 years. I never knew. Why, Eva Goebel was one of my best friends, always in the house.
Oh.
Finally, people began to come to me. Miles had to admit it. You know, Joel, like in the bee pictures.
Wife is the last to know, huh? Well, what do you want me to say, Stella?
Why would you do it? Why? That old cow.
Better lower it, Biffy.
Look at him. Look at him over there. He's got another girl hanging over him this minute. I can't watch him. I won't. Come on, Joel, please. Let's find a quiet room where we can talk. And all the time he was telling me how much he loved me. He's a fraud, Joel. He's nothing but a fraud. I don't know how I can go on with it.
Oh, here you are.
Miles, I'm talking to Joel if you don't mind.
Hold it, Stella.
Stella, there's no use trying to explain something to Joel in half an hour that I don't understand myself and the analyst says will take a year to understand.
Listen, Joel, I love Miles. I've been faithful to him always, but he...
Stella, the analyst says...
The analyst says that Miles had a mother complex. When we got married, he transferred his mother complex to me. Now he's in love with this other woman. And yet, if I were even to look at anybody else, when I was in New York the last time, I wrote him I'd been to the theater with a man I used to know. Miles was so jealous, he phoned me 10 times in one day.
I was wild. The analyst couldn't get any results for a week.
Well, did you expect me to sit in the hotel for 3 weeks?
I don't expect anything. I admit I'm jealous. I try not to be. A while ago, you sat on the arm of Joel's chair, and I was jealous.
Pretend I'm not here.
Jealous? Huh? You were? You were? Well, wasn't there someone on the arm of your chair? And when I think that woman used to come into my house...
All right. I've admitted everything, and I feel as bad about it as you do. Joel, I wish you'd look at some tests with me tomorrow. They've got some girl I've told them is wrong for the part, and they're trying to shove her down my throat.
They treat Miles terribly, Joel, just terribly. Darling, tell him about old Belzer, trying to switch pictures on you.
Now she was hovering protectively over Miles, those wonderful eyes of hers flashing indignation on his behalf. And right there I realized I was in love with her. I got up and said goodnight. Hello.
Joel, this is Stella.
Hello, Stella. Things any better?
Not particularly. What are you doing next Saturday night?
Nothing.
The Perrys are giving a theater party. Miles won't be here. He's flying to South Bend for the football game, and I thought you might go with me in his place.
Well, surely I'd like to go, Stella.
Good. Then I'll say we can come.
Now what? Miles, I hear you're flying to the Notre Dame game.
No, I'm not, Joe. I've given up the idea.
Oh, why?
On account of you.
Why, Miles?
That's why I've given it up. I can't tell what Stella might do, just out of spite. She's invited you to take her to the Perry's party, hasn't she? I wouldn't enjoy the game.
Look, Miles, I've never made any passes whatsoever at Stella. Do you believe that?
Yes?
And if you're really seriously canceling your trip on account of me, I won't take her to the party. I won't see her at all while you're away. You can trust me absolutely.
Maybe I can. Anyhow, there'd just be somebody else. I wouldn't have any fun.
Don't seem to have much confidence in Stella. She says she's always been true to you.
Maybe she has. But you see, I've influenced Stella in everything. She likes everything I like, including the men I like. You. It's very difficult.
It must be.
Anyway, how can I ask anything ever after what's happened? And I'll tell you one thing, right or wrong, no matter what I've done. If I ever had anything on her, I'd divorce her. I won't have my pride hurt. That would be the last straw.
Well, of course, there's her pride. Has she calmed down about the Eva Goebel thing?
No. I can't get over it either.
I thought it was finished.
Oh, I'm trying not to see Eva again, but, it isn't easy just to drop something like that. This isn't some girl I kissed last night in a taxi. The psychoanalyst...
Yeah, I've heard what the psychoanalyst says. Look, Miles, as far as I'm concerned, if you go to the game, I won't see Stella. And I'm sure Stella has nothing on her conscience about anybody.
Maybe you're right. Anyhow, I'll stay and take her to the party. And listen, Joe, I want you to come, too. Sometimes I have to have somebody sympathetic to talk to.
That Saturday evening, I was tied up in a conference and couldn't get to the dinner, so I waited for Stella and her party later in front of the theater. Watched the eternal, fantastic evening parade go past on the street. Anything may walk down the street in Hollywood, and usually it does. And then from a limousine at the curb, a pale blue dress like ice water, and icicles trickling at the throat.
Here we are, Joel. Been waiting long?
No. Well, where's Miles, Stella?
He flew to the game, after all.
He what?
He left yesterday morning. At least I think. I just got a telegram from South Bend saying he's starting back tonight. Oh, excuse me. Do you know these people?
Oh, yes. Hi, everybody. Sorry I couldn't make dinner. Come on, let's go in.
I didn't get a light, Joel.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Only one more act. Oh, it's a terrible play, isn't it?
I don't know. I've been looking at you in that dress.
Perry's and the Everybodies are going to the opening of that new nightclub. I don't want to go, do you?
We don't have to.
I suppose not. I'd like to talk to you. We could go to my house. If I were only sure.
Sure of what?
Sure that... I'm haywire, I guess. But how can I be sure Miles went to that football game?
Went to the Oh, you mean you think he's with Eva Goebel?
Oh, no, not so much that. Supposing he was here, watching everything I do.
Well, what put that into your head?
I don't know. Miles does funny things. Once he wanted a man with a long beard to drink tea with him, and he sent down to Central Casting for one and drank tea with him all afternoon.
That's hardly the same thing. Anyway, he sent you a wire from South Bend. That proves he was at the game.
He could arrange to have the wire sent very easily.
You really think you'd do a thing like that? No, I won't believe it, Stella. It's nonsense. Oh, come on. Curtain's going up.
Joel and I are going to say goodnight now.
Oh, aren't you coming with us?
No, taking the lady off for a tete-a-tete. Tough luck, boys.
Watch that colt. He's a sly one. Have fun, you two.
What are you looking at?
I don't know. After what you said before, I think maybe I'm expecting Miles to come out of the bushes.
Good evening, Mrs. Kalman.
Good evening, Frederick. Come on in, Joel.
There's another telegram, Mrs. Kalman.
Thank you. Home tomorrow. Thinking of you. Love, Miles. Don't you see, Joel? He could be faking me so easily.
Better cut that out.
I suppose. Put some sandwiches and drinks in the breakfast room, will you, Frederick? And then that will be all.
Yes, Mrs. Kalman.
Come on in here, Joel. Oh, I'm so tired. I wish I Could stop thinking about everything.
I know how you feel.
Sit down.
This piano. There. Here's where I stood 2 weeks ago, made such a jackass out of myself. We got here a brilliant story of divorce, the younger generators, and the foreign lead. Stella, that wire you sent asking me to your sister's house. Did Miles tell you to send it? I mean, just to cheer me up?
What are you talking about?
I have a strange feeling that I'm sort of a pawn in a spite game you're playing with Miles.
We'd better go into the kitchen and get that drink.
Odd part of it is that I'm in love with you anyhow.
Excuse me.
Did you hear what I said?
Hello. Speaking. Read it, please.
It's terrific. It's absolutely super colossal. Couldn't be better, but we got to build it up, you see?
Thank you. Another wire from Miles. He dropped it, or says he dropped it, from a plane at Kansas City.
And I suppose he asked to be remembered to me?
No. Just said he loved me. I believe he does. Oh, he's so very weak.
Sit beside me. I love you, Stella.
Please.
Beautiful Stella.
I know about that.
I'm sure you do. You're wearing makeup tonight.
Sometimes I do.
Sometimes you don't. Stella?
No, Joel, please,
You didn't mind that?
I didn't want that.
Why'd you ask me out here?
I'm sorry.
Meaning you're not even curious about me?
You attract me a lot. You know it. Point is, I suppose I really do love Miles.
Obviously.
Anyway, tonight I feel uneasy about everything.
Well, it's midnight. I've got to go. I'll phone a taxi.
Oh, nonsense. There's a chauffeur on duty.
It's Sunday again, Stella.
Yes. Excuse me. I guess that's another wire from Miles. Hello? Speaking.
The hero is this young fellow's run away to Africa at the age of 12. He's pulled himself up by his...
No!
Stella! Stella!
The plane fell just this side of Kansas City. The body of Miles Kalman has been identified, and the authorities request that...
Lie still, Stella.
What's happened? Call him back. What's happened?
What's your doctor's name, Stella?
Miles.
No, now lie quiet. Any of the servants there?
Hold me, I'm frightened.
I want the name of your doctor,
It's
Stella.
doctor. Is Miles dead? He isn't. He isn't. I know he isn't.
Stella.
This is part of his scheme. He's torturing me. I know he's alive. I can feel he's
Look,
alive.
I want to get hold of some close friend of yours, Stella. You can't stay here alone tonight.
No, I can't see anybody. You stay.
What?
I haven't got any friend. Miles is my only friend. He's not dead. He can't be dead. I'm going there right away and see. Get a train. You come with
Look,
me.
there's nothing to do tonight. I want you to tell me the name of some woman I can call. Lois, Jones.
Viva was my best friend.
Well, tell me somebody.
I hear somebody. Miles? Is that you, Miles? It's Miles!
I heard you cry out, Mrs. Kalman. Is there anything I can do?
Oh, yes. Look, has Mrs. Kalman got an address book with her friends' phone numbers?
I believe so, sir.
Go and find it, will you, fast?
Very good, sir.
Joel, you stay here, Joel. You won't go away. Miles, he liked you. He said... Joel! Joel! You don't know how alone I feel. Put your arms around me.
Stella.
Miles has a suit like you're wearing. Oh, Joel! Think of what he must have felt. He was afraid of everything. Joel, you won't go. No, you like me. You love me, don't you, Joel? Don't phone anybody. Tomorrow's time enough, Joel. You stay with me tonight, Joel, please.
He would still be dead, Stella. Where's that butler with those phone numbers?
Don't call anybody. Keep your arms around me, Joel. I can count on you, can't I? Miles liked you. He was jealous of you.
Yes, and if I were to betray Miles, you'd be keeping him alive, huh? Man can't be betrayed if he's dead.
You stay.
We'll get someone to stay with you, Stella. I'll be back later if you need me. I got hold of a doctor and some other people, and when they started arriving, I left. It was Sunday. 2,000 miles away, it was also a Sunday. And Miles Kalman was dead in it. You could feel the hole in this wilderness already. Back down Benedict Canyon. Back down Sunset. past the field where they grow poinsettias at Christmas time. Everything he touched, he did something magical to. Of her, he made a masterpiece. I'll be back. Oh, yes, Stella. I'll be back.
You have heard Crazy Sunday by F. Scott Fitzgerald, the third broadcast in a new dramatic series, NBC Presents Short Story. The adaptation was by Clarence A. Ross. In tonight's cast, Joel was played by Larry Dobkin, Nat by Gilbert Fry, Stella by Lynn Whitney, Miles, John Stevenson, the butler, Raymond Lawrence, your announcer, John Wald. The director of NBC Presents Short Story is Andrew C. Love. Next week, one of the most startling short stories of the past decade, The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. Hear it next week. And in the meantime, bear in mind this message from the United States Marine Corps. During his basic training period, each Marine takes a series of scientific tests to determine what kinds of work he is best suited to do. To develop further his specialties and technical skills, the Corps maintains specialized training schools. The basic mission of the Marine Corps calls for service on land, on sea, and in the air. For example, the Corps operates a school for seagoing Marines. Because approximately 1 out of 7 Marines is assigned to marine aviation, Marines learn the trade skills necessary to operate and maintain fighter aircraft, transport planes, and helicopters. Marines in the ground forces learn electronics, communications, engineering, motor transport, and hundreds of other specialties. This training never ceases, for as the Marine advances in rank, there are more specialized schools he may attend to become more skilled, more efficient, and a better Marine. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.